And we're live. It's Julien Jean Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company. And yeah, this is Seamoss Talk. Sorry it's a little late tonight. I got a last minute phone call just as I was starting to go live, and you know, it ended up pushing the time back a little. So let's get the clubhouse started. Let's see if anybody joins in and wants to talk about Seamoss. There we go. So it's a pretty regular Wednesday. Hey Coco, how's it going? I'm gonna invite him up to speak. Oh my God. So how's Jamaica, Coco? I hope you're enjoying your trip there. Sent them an invite. So I didn't really have any planned guests tonight. I just figured whoever came in. I think I might have started too late. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Maybe I'll give it 2-3 minutes before I start maybe talking on a subject. I think last week we were talking about Facebook ads. Maybe I'll go into my ad manager account and show you guys some of the ads that I was running and what the returns were like. Hey, good night, Coco. How are you?
Hey, good evening. I'm not too bad actually. I've just got back looking for jars.
Jaws?
Yeah, for the Seamoss jar. I've had a nightmare. Remember, I'm in Jamaica, yeah?
Oh yeah, jars. I thought you
Like
said
the jar. Pardon?
I thought you said Jaws.
Yeah, Jars.
Mm-hmm. I thought you said
Yes.
JAWS, like the shark.
Yes, got you. got you.
Yeah.
Honestly, being here now and realizing that to try and start your business or get your business up and running, well, not up and running, just to continue your business. Here, it's impossible. There's certain things that I'm facing, which I found, I'm really shocked. I mean, just to get a simple thing as a jar, it's unbelievable. I had to travel like 3 hours.
Wow.
And at the end of the rainbow, there was only 500 ml jars. I mean,
There was
in
only
Jamaica, who's paid for 500 ml jars of Seamoss?
Yeah.
They're not even buying it, never mind pay for 500 ml jars.
Yeah, those are big jars.
Yeah, so I needed smaller jars, and they don't have them. So I end up getting 500 ml jars. So now I probably have to, pitch it to the doctors who can literally afford to buy it.
True.
You know,
True.
500 mils. I mean,
Mm.
they're selling 100 and I think it's 170 mil at 800 Jamaican, which is like really expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's really expensive, but like it's just a crazy day today. I'm not long got back and just flabbergasted, and the whole day was about the jars.
But you know, if you could find the right price point, you could almost like sell more of those jars, therefore reducing your cost because you know, you mean you're buying more sea moss, you get a better price, you're making more at one
Yes.
time. You know what I mean? You're moving more because yours has got the better value. You just got to find the right
Yes.
price that makes it like worth the numbers that you're sending. You know?
That's true. That's true. But I mean, even doing it like that, it's kind of like because I don't think that it would be sustainable for me to keep using these 500 mil jars here. I mean, if I was in London,
Yeah.
500 mil jars flying out my fridge, no problem. They would love to have it because what I was doing was 4-liter bags. I've been selling 4-liter bags of Seamoss, you know, and then I'm even doing them in like glass Pyrex dishes that can be frozen because of like me being away. I mean, I don't like plastic, but even getting it in a glass Pyrex dish for my clients, it's better for them than just turn up with plastic. You know, it just shows that you care that little bit more. Because I wouldn't want mine in the plastic and in the freezer. If I was freezing it, I would put it into glass.
Yeah, glass would be better.
For myself, and so I'd expect what I do for myself for my clients and stuff. But I remember listening to one of your shows, and I think it was just recent, and somebody was talking about these jars and getting together and purchasing loads from China and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah, I think I brought that idea up. And
was it yourself?
Yeah, because I knew of a guy that had went into China and bought a whole bunch, and he was just sitting on, like I think 10 or 20,000 jars. Like he's got like a pallet of them.
It needs to be done.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, that's what I was going to suggest to you. Is like I would even go around and find not only people that do Seamoss, but just anybody that would use those jars and try and piece it together.
Yeah.
At the very least, you'd probably get your jars for free.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I mean, the £1 jar that you buy would probably come down to like 20 pence, 1 pence, or as you said, for free.
Yeah. Yeah. I would, if it was me in the shoes, I would try and structure it where it's almost like you would take 10% of those, the jars and sell the other 90 and price it in a way so that you make a little profit on the thing that covers your jars and you got free jars.
That's right. That's right. Because I'm even telling them here that I should be selling them the jars when I get them, because this is just ridiculous what I came across today. And I mean, it's kind of what I realized, even with like attracting certain things to the business and to myself, is kind of have to act in that moment. It's like when the time is right, like right away. It's like me not being able to get these jars today, and I even says to them in the store that it seems like I have to open my own store with jars, right? And they thought I was joking, but I'm talking to them serious, because I'm saying to them, this is stopping me doing my business. Because if I have this problem all the time and I just want to get jars and then ended up with 500 mil jars.
Listen, businesses are all about solving problems, and that's all I'm thinking about. Is like you're solving a problem where you can get you can't get these jars, and these other people can't get these jars. And once you could do that in a way that makes a profit, that's it. You know what I mean? Even if you do it a couple times, it benefits you. You know what I mean? It benefits the economy. It benefits everybody around you. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But some of them can't see it though.
No.
You know, and when they can't see, it's harder on yourself. But it's just kind of like making them see before you pull your hair out.
Yeah. Well, my view is this: I never try to convince anybody to see what I see. They either see it or they don't.
You just do what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My chef used to say to me,
Yeah.
he used to say to me, let your work do the talking.
Yeah, just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like they're either gonna buy it or they're not. You know what I mean? You don't have time in the world to sort of sit there and like you can explain stuff and you can answer questions and stuff like that, and you know what I mean. But to me, it's like if they don't want to buy your jars, then go okay, fine, and get a bunch of people that want to get the jars, and get them to commit to a deposit and use that deposit to go and get the deposit and say like, well, you know. I don't know how it works with the buy the jars. You might have to pay all of it up front, but if it's solving a good enough problem and you're benefiting from it, to me, it's like it's worth the risk.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, I think even the Seamoss alone, from when they're using Seamoss, that solves a lot of their problems, everybody's problems, just by using it, just putting that spoonful in your mouth.
Yeah.
You know, that alone is like solving a lot of problems. And like unseen problems that we don't even hear about.
No, you know, it's crazy. I have where my warehouse is, there's like these mechanics that like they're like landscaper mechanics. I don't know what the fuck they do. But one of the guys has gotten cancer. And he when they came and told me, because I was always like when I showed up, I was like, oh, I do Seamoss, this and that. So they asked to try some. So yeah, I was like, I gave him some of that, and I gave him some soursop leaves and stuff like that. And he was just there the other day, and he was like, yeah, like he came back for more Seamoss, right?
Wow.
And he was like, you know, he's seen his doctors, and he said the numbers and all the results are like his numbers are down and his results are up, so things are going good. And he was like, his doctor was kind of like, whatever you're doing, keep doing what you're doing. So he's like, yeah, I came back to get more Seamoss because I like it. I put it in my porridge. You know what I mean? And this is like an older white man who's, you know what I mean? Like you would never think you would never think he would be know anything about sea. Like the only reason why he knows about Seamoss is because I just happen to have the business right next door and we're neighbors. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So it's really helping, and he's feeling the benefits.
Yeah. You need to spread it around.
Is that what he's doing? Is the job?
Yeah. Yeah. Because it helps build the business, you know what I mean. In the end, these are the people that go around and become evangelists for other people to get understanding about what the benefits are of not just Seamoss but other stuff. Because I didn't just give him Seamoss, I gave him soursop leaves, which I think is really good for cancer aiding and stuff like that. Yeah, and I was telling him like, anytime you want that tea, no problem, come check me. Yeah.
So you give him the actual leaf, the raw leaf itself, or is it in powder?
No, raw leaf, and like
he just boils them.
Yeah, my partner collects that. I have like soursop leaves in St.Lucia, like trees in my backyard in St.Lucia. So some of the leaves come from my tree.
Excellent, nice one.
My own tree.
Really good to have that soursop tree at hand.
Yeah.
The scientists have been like examining that tree and they just can't get their head around it.
Oh man.
They just can't get their head around what the soursop tree is doing and what it's all about.
I can tell you this, when it comes to like relaxing and falling asleep, soursop tea is the best. Like I am out like a light with that stuff. I love it, and I have such a nice sleep. In fact, you know what? I think I might make some tonight. Now that we're talking about it, because I like it with like
tea.
Yeah, I like make nice strong tea with soursop with honey. Just soursop tea and honey.
I always put lime, half a lime into mine.
Yeah.
So I have to squeeze the lime into it. Yes.
I'll try that. And do you do it when you're boiling? When you're boiling it, or do you
when it's in the cup?
When you're in the cup, yeah.
Yeah, but it's all in the cup now. And just take the lime squeeze and just squeeze half a lime and some lavender honey. Because I do use honey. I'm a bit of a when it comes to honey, I love honey. To be honest.
Yeah, me too.
And some We're having the honey and the lime. It's just gorgeous.
There's some good honey in Jamaica, you know that?
There is, yeah. My mother used to bring it back for me, and my cousin used to just put the bottle under the rock. The bees had taken over the rock inside the rock or something, and they made all their hives in the rock, and all this honey was just dripping off these rocks. He just put the bottle underneath and just collected all this honey and brought it back for me.
Yeah.
And I never used it for quite a long time, and all my stuff from my property went into storage. So when I got all this stuff out of storage, I found this bottle of honey, and it was very dark brown, and the bottom of it had crystallized so solid in the bottle. I was like, wow. And then above it was very liquidy. Yeah, and it's kind of split, but it crystallized and then the liquid form, and it was strange because I've never seen.
Yeah, that's normal, and it's like that when
the whole lot crystallizes.
Yeah, and it crystallizes a lot like that when the honey really has deep flavor notes and stuff. I'm actually a beekeeper.
Right. Got you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you saying before. I mean,
yeah,
that's something that I want to get into myself is start doing bees when I've got myself set up, I've got my own place and all that type of thing.
Jamaica would be an amazing place to do bees, and I think it's important.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, and you can just start with 1 or 2 hives and use, you can manage it the right way and expand it to like hundreds of hives. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I actually own what?
Do you know, like when you put all the dress on to go out with the headdress and all of that into the bees, do they actually still sting you? Do you still get stung?
Here's the thing. It all depends. I've gone out and not wear the bee suit at all, right? But if you are in there and you're mecking with the brood chamber and stuff like that, and then you're banging around, they're going to start, but if you move slowly and you kind of like, kind of watch what you're doing, then you're fine. You know what I mean? I've done it without like full gear, like just wearing a t-shirt and pants.
Got you. And you're all good.
Yeah, but I use the smoke. You know what I mean? I have a smoker. Yeah.
Got you. So when you say like use the smoke, is that the smoke actually? Because I know when they're usually doing something with that smoke, and smoke the bees out or something.
Yeah. So what happens when you smoke it? It hides the pheromones of you trying to, because when you start disturbing the hive, they'll start to land on you and shit, and start like leaving a scent to tell other bees like this guy's an intruder. So that smoke will mask that, but it will also confuse them and make them think that the hive's on fire. So they'll go and just concentrate on eating, and instead of you like trying to attack you, they're more about like eating to get rid of the hive because they figure the hive's on fire.
Got you. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And do you know anything about that other honey, that one that's hallucinogenic?
Yeah, I seen that on Vibe TV or something where those guys went out in like India and they had the honey that was pretty crazy how they were doing that shit. So
I heard of that or ever seen it. I was just like, wow.
That's the only place I've seen it. I trust Vibe as a good source that they're out there with the video cameras doing it. And they're all big.
Yes.
I know that in St.Lucia there's no bees or honey that would make hallucinogenic, but there is one that's believed to have possible medicinal properties similar to manuka.
Okay.
And that's the compass tree, I think it's called, or the longwood. But a lot of these people are using it now to make charcoal. And so it's being like eradicated across the thing. So there was an idea of me, like a plan in my head to go down there and test the honey that could be produced near there and stuff. I might do some hives in St. Lucia by my house because I'm like in an area where a lot of those trees are around. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll talk to some of the beekeepers down there, but I really want to like eventually try to held the industry down there, and be able to export honey from St. Lucia to North America, because I think the
Yeah.
honey down there is like some of the purest and most exotic form of honey. Like it's really deep,
Yes, I can
rich,
imagine.
just like
Hmm.
how you're talking about, like it being deep and crystallized and stuff like that. It's
Yes.
a lot of the honey is like that. And
Mm,
it's a lot of mangoes and stuff around there, and different other
nice.
like exotic plants and fruits
Hmm.
that I think will really, you know, I don't. I might even like, if there's an area where there's a lot of hibiscus and stuff, I'd like to see how honey would be if there was, uh,
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
like on that kind of flower, and they get that
Yes,
nectar. Like every sort of region would be different sort of taste, or
that's right.
design,
That's
because of what the you
and
know
different qualities and
exactly.
all of that. Mm.
Yeah. So that's one of the things I'm learning as I'm becoming a beekeeper, is to
Oh,
understand
brilliant.
the because soon honey's going to be like wine. You know what I mean? These people put this stuff on their charcuterie boards, and what I mean.
Yes,
They
that's
have it
right.
with the dips and stuff, honeycombs.
Mm.
And so, like, imagine being able to have, exotic honeycomb shipped in from St. Lucia, that was like, done in a rainforest with like
Yes,
bees that have been genetically, or not genetically, but like through, time, they've
yes,
done
yes.
the special traits and selection. Because as you're becoming a
Mm.
beekeeper for years, you can sort of look at certain bees and make sure that the bees are like good for hygiene, good for, certain types of, production of
Ah,
honey
yeah.
and stuff like that. Yeah, man, it's really serious.
I can imagine because it's kind of like really, it goes deeper than just like getting honey and dealing with the bees and everything. There's a lot to it, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
All
No.
different levels and stages within those levels.
Yeah. And there's different products besides just honey. There's the
Hmm.
pollen, there's propolis. Right now, a lot of the beekeepers in Silesia are actually exploring the idea of putting bee venom collection. you know
Ah,
yeah, so I spoke to one of the biggest, like, and most important beekeepers down there. He's a master beekeeper, and he's looking
hmm.
at the ways of, breeding these bees to collect the venom, because the venom that they sting there is really good for medical purposes and stuff.
That's right. But don't they actually take it directly from the bee? They
Well,
have the bee literally sting the patient. Like the bee's taken out like on like tweezers or something. And then
yeah,
they put the bee like onto, I think they draw the bee sting out, or no, they take the bee on the tweezers and they make it sting the
yep,
person.
yep, I've seen that.
And then the sting is left on the person pumping in the venom.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. I
Let
was
me
like,
check.
wow, this is really
Let
amazing
me
because
write it.
I mean, I believe that does work, and because I think anything from the bees is beneficial to us, but the more beneficial they are to us, it's kind of like we're destroying them in a way. I don't
Yeah.
know, with the more we benefit from the bee, I think we should benefit to a certain level
You're right.
because the bees do benefit us.
Yeah, you're right. And I do believe that in some ways, us as commercial beekeepers have to be aware of making sure that, we leave enough for the bees, that we're not sort
Yeah.
of supplementing their feed with sugar and stuff like that, which sometimes has to happen, right? I understand it. But, like, at the same time,
What
I
do they
think.
do? Put sugar into their food?
So, like in the case of Ontario beekeeping, it's a common practice where, in going into the winter, after you've, sort of taken the honey that you've wanted from the bees,
Oh yeah.
they'll supplement the feed going into the winter with honey, because, or not honey, with sugar water, and so syrup basically. And it's basically
Yes.
because at that point they're not really making honey, right? They're just well, they're not making honey that we're taking. They're making honey for
Hmm.
themselves and stuff like that. And so that's not the same kind of honey that they just worked all summer and all season for. You
Yes.
know what I
Yes.
mean?
Yes.
And so it's important to what? I eat some of them, not all of them. I'll get more. My daughter's not really good. I eat chips.
What
Anyways,
have you eaten? Or the gummies?
well, not the gummies, but they went all around town for the sun chips, and so I had some of the sun chips. But I always like sun chips.
I was gonna say those gummies are like.
Well, I'll buy you a new bag tomorrow. No problem. Sun chips for everybody. You know what I mean? I apologize. Thank you. Yeah.
I did a tray of gummies at one stage, and I was just testing out to see how to do them. Because what it was, I asked this girl to come in to do gummies and soaps. But she was like, the minute I said, because she's like, no gummies. I mean, she's not aware of the Seamoss industry. She doesn't even take Seamoss. She says she's allergic to it. And I was like, no, I'm sorry, I don't think it's the Seamoss. I says, have you ever had your gut lining looked at or inspected? Because it sounds like you got irritable bowel syndrome.
Yeah.
And her mother had passed away with cancer and all of that. So, you know, the stress when, like, on the children, when their parents are going through conditions. So when the children are aware that their parents have got, like, certain conditions, and it affects the mental state. And with that, you get the digestive problems because the mind really controls the digestive system. It kind of locks it down. You know, the signals are not being sent from the gut to the brain, so digestive system's right in between and gets affected. So, like with my friend now, she was saying that she's allergic to Seamoss. I was like, are you sure it's the Seamoss and not anything else that is coming in with the Seamoss? Because the Seamoss is, she breaks out on her skin. Which I said, I mean, when it comes to skin, that is what saved me with Seamoss. So when she was explaining to me, I just put it down that she's probably got like a gut problem. Yeah, because I mean, to literally be, I mean, everybody's deficient unless you're using Seamoss, right? Because everybody is deficient, no matter if they're eating the best organic foods and all of that. But like with her now, it's kind of like when you're going through certain stresses and all of that, you stop eating anyway. You know, the body doesn't really want to take in as much food as it would do when you're flying high and happy. So when I told her about the Seamoss, to use the Seamoss, because she's got beautiful hair, I said, put it in your hair. And she did, but she was saying that she couldn't use it because she's allergic to it. And I was like, no, it can't be that. It can't be the Seamoss, because I've never met people that are allergic to that. And if they say it's more of a seafood allergy or something, but I wouldn't put, I don't know, do you class Seamoss as seafood?
Well, I don't know. Like I don't know if I am qualified to classify it as anything, but I do feel that there's possible that being in the sea, it might have some of the similar properties that someone that is allergic to or has a sensitivity to, say, shellfish might have that in the sea moss. You know, it's an algae. You know, and I mean, I do believe that some of these allergies and stuff happen because of the diet and the pollutants that we have and stuff. So would it change if she had a detox? I believe so, right? But I'm, like I said, I'm not qualified.
That's what I was actually. I put that over to her, but like I don't know, because I think it's like the whole mindset, the approach to what we actually deal with, and like her approach to the Seamoss. Even for when I asked her about gummies and soaps, it's like, no, soaps don't work and gummies don't work. I'm like, I'm like,
What do you mean soaps don't work? I'll tell you hundreds of people that like swear by the soaps.
Seamoss soaps, right?
Yeah.
If it's not Seamoss soaps, soap work anyway. Everybody buys soap, whether it's, you know, a bar of soap, whether it's liquid soap or detergent soap, washing up liquid. Everybody buys soap, but soap for cosmetic wise, like for washing our body, even if it's not Seamoss soap, everybody still buys soap to wash their body.
Yeah.
But she was like, no, soaps won't work and gummies won't work. So what I did, I just went onto Amazon, Googled the Seamoss gummies, just took a screenshot and just sent them over to her. I mean, some of them were like £16 a tub and all of this type of stuff. And I said, Seamoss gummies are there and they're there to stay. I said, they're not going anywhere. They fit into everybody's lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know, they literally fit in, and it's one way to get your dose of moss in your body. And I said, children can make them. It brings joy to the kids in the kitchen, you know, making Seamoss gummies or even just plain gummies. So, as I said, when I put that over to her, she says, no gummies, no soap, that won't work. So I went off and made gummies on my own on that same day, just to show us that they were going to happen for my company. Because as I've heard, it's not just doing the gels and all of that. I mean, there's a lot of things that everybody's doing which can be the same but different, you know?
Yeah.
And what I see, and that's what really got me. I was just kind of like, I need to do something different, because if everybody's doing gummies, if everybody's doing this, that is a lot of gummies that everybody's making. I mean, I've seen them all be made in, and now they've got bigger in size. I mean, who the hell's going to fit one of these big gummies? The children, you know, one of these big jelly gummies in the mouths.
Yeah,
they're huge. I've seen some from, I think it's where was it? Vietnam. There's somebody online doing a lot of gummies from Vietnam and bagging them up and everything. They look good, but they don't look bright in color. I don't know if they're using food colorings or, you know, they look kind of like dead, like no energy.
You know, from what I see, they look. I should ask a friend of mine, because I know a guy that orders them, and from what I can see, they're using natural fruits and stuff, and what they're doing is they're dehydrating them, and then they're coating them with cornstarch or some kind of like sugar powder. Yeah, and that's what's helping them just last longer than normal.
But do we? Well, I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, do people really want them to last longer? I mean,
I don't know. This is a good question.
I mean, those gummies and stuff, it's just because when I was doing my size jars, I worked it out, like the ratio of the water to the amount of moss that I'm using, like in grams, because the nutritional count is based on 100 grams, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like most nutritional counts are based from 100 gram of the actual produce. So with 100 grams of Seamoss, I don't know, but I was using 100 grams of Seamoss to cook with 2 liters of water.
Yeah.
And that seemed ideal. It got the right amount of jars out of it. It wasn't too thick.
Yeah.
It wasn't too loose. It was just perfect. The spoon could still go in there and not turn over. It would stand up in the jar.
Mm-hmm.
But with that in mind, it's like the other ratios that the people are actually doing with the actual Seamoss, because as I said, I do mine for 100 gram of moss to 2 liters of water. But that was how it worked for me, and now I felt it was optimal at that level where people are feeling the effects of it so good that they literally come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So after knowing that, that's the ratio that I'm using. So if I was to use less of the Seamoss, say like 50 gram, and still and tried to work out a ratio of the nutritional density that's being taken into the body, that from that 100 gram, which would be so much iodine, so much potassium, so much of that. Now, if you reduce the moss down to 50%, that surely reduces the whole of the nutritional density, doesn't it? I would imagine.
Yeah, the more you add besides the Seamoss, it will change it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because what it is as well, it's just that when you, because I don't know what the amount that other guys or girls use when they blend these Seamoss jars, because I see some jars in the jars and you turn the jar and it's just like liquid.
Yeah,
some of them don't stick. They're not like, they're just like runny, like, you know. And I think, wow, that Seamoss gel. I always thought Seamoss gel has to set.
I don't know. To me, it should set up at some point.
Yeah.
Like it's, you know what I mean. Especially when you chill it, it shouldn't be really runny.
It should do. It there's a must.
Yeah.
It's like it must happen. It must do, because it's Seamoss. It's got all that gelatinous effect, so it must set. So when it doesn't set, I'm like, wow, what is going on?
Yeah, but I think that's why it's important to like really trust the person that you're doing it, and I would even show people your recipe and your process.
That's right. That's exactly what I say, because some people want to hide their recipes, want to hide what's going into it. I says no. Transparency is the key. The transparency in every business, and especially with this Seamoss, transparency has to be at the forefront, because you know it's a item that blesses everybody. And it blesses everybody. So what the people that are using it, consuming it, and everything, it should be done properly.
And you know what? I don't care how like special you think your formula is. You know what I mean? No one really cares. Really, at the end of the day, they're either going to copy your shit or they're not. You know what I mean? And most times, the people that you want to have in your business are the ones that are going to respect the work and the energy that you put into making your product.
That's exactly it.
You know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't want to make the gels. Like for me, I couldn't imagine me having to make it every week and keep it fresh. I actually make it once every like 3 months.
Oh right, is that for yourself?
Yeah. Or... Yes. So I'll soak maybe 2-3 pounds of Seamoss at one time, and just spend the whole day making Seamoss, and then I'll freeze it, and then I'll pull it out when I'm ready for it.
Okay. Because I'm not seeing it actually frozen. I made it, prepared it, and gave it away for the one that wanted it, and then they went off and frozen. So when it's frozen, can you actually still? Excuse me, because I was saying to them, I mean, I've never frozen it before, but I said to my customer, because I've just been a chef and knowing how things freeze with water content and everything. I mean, I've never frozen the Seamoss and gave it to them, but I know it can be done.
Yeah.
But because I said to them, I went to do like 5-liter tubs. You know, it's like an ice cream tub where open ice cream, you scoop it out.
Yeah.
So my approach was use, you know, the melon ball scoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do melon balls, like moss balls.
Yeah, like frozen moss balls or moss, like in the cubes.
That's right, because they usually freeze them in the ice cube containers. So like with the actual melon balls and moss balls, it all just made sense. But I didn't know how the actual the Seamoss comes out of the freezer when it's frozen. Is it solid like ice, or is it still like got a mushy texture like sorbet ice cream? Sorbet ice cream.
Well, as soon as it defrosts, it becomes like it was before.
Just like the gel, or is it more watery content?
No, no. If it gets actually, it doesn't really get water. As soon as it defrosts, it like if you just leave it till it fully defrosts, it looks normal, just like it is before. If you know, as it's melting, of course, there's going to be a little bit of moisture, but it all just blends in by the time it defrosts. Yeah.
So it doesn't go like when you freeze like strawberries and bring the strawberries out, they're all like mushed and wet. There's more water content. It's not like that, no.
Not from my experience, at least.
Got you. Because I have not frozen it yet. I would try them in the ice cube tray to see how they come out. Just because I'm trying to see what the texture is like. Because I was under the impression when you freeze that, you could like literally just like, you know, you get the ice cream scoop and just scoop it from the ice cream. I was thinking that you could actually get a scoop and just scrape it on the top of the frozen moss, and it would come up. But if it freezes like solid, which I don't know, which I've not seen it, I've not tried to freeze the moss. But so could you actually bring the moss out of the freezer and put a knife through it, like cut it?
Yeah.
You could cut it like when it's frozen, like in the block still. So it's still kind of softish.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
It's not like deep frozen where it's like solid.
Well, actually, no. When you actually no, actually, now I think about it, it is deep frozen, like solid, because like it's got a lot of moisture in it, right? So when it freezes, it's yeah. Got you.
Yeah, I've always just wanted to know what it's like, but I mean, they're still happy with it, and they've got it in frozen, and it's lasting them, so that's the good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually think that would be a good product to make, is like Seamoss Popsicles.
Definitely, this is what I was going to do for like children, because like here, and my thing is all about putting it to children.
Yeah.
Yeah, because just reducing that diabetes thing, because it's not, you know, there's no way and there's no need that they have to literally grow with that and be exposed to it. You know, it's just the lack of the knowledge from the adults that push things down to the children.
Yeah.
You know, how do they expect the children to really understand, you know, all those technical things when they're not understanding it?
No, they just want some flavor or something tastes good. But I think that would be a good way to take, you know, or even like soursop ice cream, you know.
Do you put that through the ice cream maker?
You could. I've never tried it.
Or you've been doing yours by hand, just making it yourself?
Yeah, I would make it by. I've never tried making ice cream, to be honest with you. So I'd have to try it and see. Yeah, but I would probably. There's some recipes online, so I'd have to look and see.
See what kind of recipes
to make it. Yeah.
I've got the Green Star Elite.
No, what's the Green Star Elite?
It's a juicer.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And through that you can change the nozzles and put frozen stuff in there, and it produces ice cream.
Oh wow.
So I'm gonna try it with the frozen Seamoss.
Yeah.
Like the cubes, because what we do is that you just freeze bananas out of the skins, like chop the bananas up and freeze them.
Yeah.
Then you put them through this machine and you just change the nozzle and it just squirts out banana ice cream.
Wow, that would be good. Yeah. Banana ice cream with some Seamoss in it.
Yeah, and I'll usually freeze like the cranberries. I mean, I do that at home. I can't do it here. And like the cranberries are frozen, all the fruits get frozen and then put into there and made into like ice cream. And that ice cream can eat any time of day because it's dairy free.
Wow.
No nastiness in there. So I'm going to see how that works with the Seamoss ice cubes.
Yeah.
I'm just like really curious now how that would turn out.
No, I think it would be sick. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I've never heard of a machine that does that.
Frozen Seamoss myself, so I'm just going to see how. Well, I mean, listen to yourself with the feedback from because you're doing it all the time. Every time you consume Seamoss, it's from frozen.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, I defrost it.
What about if you're doing it in like? Do you drink Seamoss tea?
No, yeah, at times.
And do you use the frozen Seamoss to go into?
Yeah.
Is your tea cold?
Huh?
Does it make your tea cold?
No, because when I defrost it, it's not frozen anymore.
You're not using it straight from frozen.
Yeah, no, it's hard to use it from frozen. Yes. Yeah, no, I have to defrost it. So what I'll do is I'll keep it like as like a storage to freeze it.
Yes.
And then I use maybe one package, like about 500 mil, probably a week. You know, sometimes two. And so I'll defrost it the night before, and the next day it'll be fine. Like I'll leave it on the counter, and then by morning it's it's good to go.
Yes. So how long does that last you, the 500 mil?
Anywhere from 3 to 7 days.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. Just like some of my clients, that was having a 500 ml there still after 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I was saying it's not getting into your body as much as you expecting the pain to be gone. Because if you got 500 mils still there after 3 weeks, then that means it's not in your body. So the inflammation is more there, and the Seamoss is not looking after the inflammation.
No.
But
I don't
yeah,
know.
it's just a strange scenario to try and get one of my clients to literally work with the Seamoss. Her approach is that I'm independent. I don't like people doing everything for me. Even right down to her hip operation, she's literally disabled, bone on bone, and she still wants to go to the shop herself and do her shopping and everything. I said, you just gotta know when to like give up sometimes. Well, not give up, but like to just give in and let other things happen and take its.
They're gonna be what they're gonna be.
Thing. But with the Seamoss, it's kind of. I know the Seamoss will work with everybody, but it's their approach. If they think it's not working in the body, when you know that if you're only using up so much within 3 weeks, then it's not going to work. It will work, but if you're only doing a teaspoon here, there, and everywhere, you won't see the benefit, or you won't really feel the benefit of it, because you have to have a certain amount of it in the body. And like with her body, where she's got having a hip operation, the Seamoss needs to do a lot of work in the body. So 500 mil after 3 weeks, that's not used up. I don't think anybody would feel the benefits of it. If you've still got a 500 mil after 3 weeks, or just less than 500, because I mean 240 mil to me is like 2 portions. 120 mil could probably be 1 portion to me, because I do a lot of bike riding. So that energy that I'm finding that is I'm getting from I could not ride my bike 5 hours. Taken back by the amount of power in the Seamoss that it really gives the body, boosts the body like nobody's business. It's like it's 10 times better than Red Bull. All those sports energy drinks.
No,
it's just kind of like, because that is a sports energy drink itself. I make my own drinks, even on my bike. I've got that in my bottle. Seamoss drink.
Some of them I do. Not too many, but yes.
That's quite interesting, because I was like the Allergy's got all the allergies. The Seamoss has got all the aunties there, hasn't it?
Sorry?
The Seamoss, it has all the anti this, the anti that, all the antis are all incorporated into the Seamoss. I was wondering, how come you still have is it like all the allergies that you get through the summer?
Yes, I get it's actually not as bad as it was before.
Okay.
But I do I have a lot of issues with pollen. I think now I'm taking more honey. I find it less problems with that. But truth is, I haven't because I've known that I've been allergic to certain foods and stuff. I've always just stayed away from them. So it's a good question. Maybe I need to explore and see if I can eat some of these other fruits and nuts. But it's mostly like nuts, like walnuts and pecans and stuff like that I can't eat.
Right. And what about tomato?
Yeah, oh, I can eat tomatoes, no problem.
And that's raw.
Yeah, I eat tomatoes raw. I love tomatoes all the time.
That's quite because I was thinking about if there was a certain condition, because people that can't eat those tomatoes raw, they used to have probably IBS and those type of things going on with the digestive system because of the histamine in the tomato. Yeah, it usually affects certain people. Now, those ones that are affected by the histamine, they can only eat them, well, not only, but they can eat it raw if they want, but they're going to suffer. But the best way for them to eat tomato is cooked, because it removes that histamine from the actual tomato and then allows it, because the cooked tomato protects the prostate. Whereas like the raw tomato doesn't have that component in there until it's been exposed to heat. Yeah. So I was just wondering if you had the allergy where you eat the tomato, because if I eat raw tomatoes, I break out.
No, I don't have tomatoes, but I'm allergic to dogs. A lot of animals, rodents. I'm highly allergic to that kind of stuff, like any kind of like rodents or raccoons and stuff like that. I'll become asthmatic. What else? Trees, bark, grass.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, even marijuana. If I touch it and touch my face, I'll like break out.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So with that grass thing, if you was to drink wheatgrass, you would really break out.
I think so. I'm not sure. I've never really tried wheatgrass, but I know with hemp seeds, I tried that and I was like, I got really ill. I'll never.
Wow.
Yeah, I got.
Was that the actual shelled or unshelled?
I think it was unshelled, the seeds, and
The hearts.
Yeah, but you know what? Honestly, I think nowadays, like I said, like last couple of years, like it's been 4 years since I tried that at least hemp seed.
Oh yeah.
So maybe I can eat it. I don't know because I stay away from a lot of this stuff. You know.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And I think it is, as well, it's kind of like the foods that we're taking in alongside. Because a lot of people don't realize that when they combine the foods, it's like making a bomb.
Yeah. Yeah.
They combine these foods, right? And then when those foods are in the actual body, it's got the food explodes because the gas is like that are combined together. Certain foods create certain gas.
Yeah.
It's like in the laboratory, you'd have certain fluids sitting there and they're just there, and until you put them together, some can either set up let off a gas or, it could just combust. But yeah, that is exactly what happens with certain foods that we combined and we put into the body. And I mean, because people wouldn't think that certain food would cause acid, but it's what they're combining it with. Yeah, for instance, the Seamoss, the Irish moss drink, traditional Jamaican Irish moss drink now, combining all of that with I don't know if you know what that, I think they call it Al glass or something.
Isinglass or something.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. What is with that? Like I have a guy from Jamaica, not Jamaica, Trinidad, at my church, and he was like freaking out, like, "Oh, you got to put the isinglass. You don't put the isinglass. Why did I put the isinglass, man?" I'm like, "Oh, come on, man." I love him, right? He's my boy, but I'm just like, oh my god, like,
You know what that's made out of?
No, what is it?
Fish.
Fish?
Yeah, it's made out of fish.
Like fish crystals or something?
I have no idea what it is, but all I know it's from fish, so it's not vegan.
Okay.
So when people are like, even if they say, because I know a lot of Jamaicans say that they're vegan and ITAL, and they're putting in isinglass. But how does that work?
Yeah, they don't know what that is.
And that says to me, because it sends out a strong message. It says lack of knowledge. And it's kind of like, I can't remember what that saying is when you're actually, well, basically, what was it again? Well, now I can't even say it's that practice what you preach. There's something else that speaks that in volume, because it's like, they claim, it's like saying you're claiming that your product's organic and then there's no certification.
Yeah.
And all that type of thing, there's no knowledge base, anything to say that, to make these claims, to make a statement like that.
Yeah, especially when they say certified organic.
When these make these statements, I say, who told you that? That's what I say. Who told you that, and where did you get that from? Because it seems like it's just coming out of your own head that you just made something up. Where is the facts?
Yeah, but I
And
think all sea moss is organic. Like, how do you have inorganic sea moss?
in organic, wouldn't it just be with impurities that are literally in the vicinity of where it is, or on the product itself?
Yep, possibly.
Because,
But I know, at least
because
for St. Lucia, none of those sea moss is grown in any area. Like, these guys are pretty serious because they consume the sea moss themselves, so they're not going to grow the
who's
sea
that? The
moss.
farmers.
Yeah,
But
the-
St. Lucia is different, though, isn't it? With
yeah,
like the governments and what you guys are doing out there, anyway.
true. That is true.
It's more kind of protected, and it's more recognized that this is what we do. We need to do this to protect what's happening out there. It's like everywhere else, like here, it's like the Seamoss thing is just being. It's like I spoke with some people today, an older generation, an older guy who's a taxi guy, and he's coming to his 60s.
Mhm.
And he knows, I mean, they call it the mush,
Yes.
as I've always done, yeah. So he knows about it, and not even he's using it any longer, and people he know of don't use it. And when I say to him that a large majority of people outside of the Caribbean are Jamaica are consuming purple sea moss more than the people in Jamaica,
Mhm.
and because most of the farmers here, it's all international business. When it comes to sea moss, they're not really selling in Jamaica. They're not really selling sea moss in Jamaica or to the Jamaican people. It's all going out to America and the UK and
Sure.
other countries, but not here for some reason. And it doesn't make no sense.
Well,
Because,
there's not a lot of demand because everybody can just go and get it if they wanted it.
well, and plus, right, when you think about it, with Jamaica, I don't know if you knew that there's more Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica than in Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
So that's probably what it is. It's probably going out to the Jamaicans internationally.
Yeah.
I never thought of it that way. It could be the actual Jamaicans that are in America getting shipped out from here, sent to them
Mm-hmm.
around the world. But even the websites they're using, to me, is kind of like, because the infrastructure itself, that whole drop shipping and whatever, is not really here. So it's kind of hard to get it out in such a way. So there's that ST, is it ST, the website?
Etsy?
The
Yes.
platform. Yeah, that one. I mean, I don't know about that. I've only used it a few times, but it's not. Well, for Jamaica and for them to send things around the world, it seems like that's the only one they can use.
Really? I didn't
Yeah,
know.
because I remember my farmer here in Jamaica who was sending me the purple sea moss to London.
Uh-huh.
And she was making the claims that it's organic and everything. So that's the only reason why I ended up buying from her, because she was saying it was organic.
Mm-hmm.
But when it came down to it, the certificates and all that couldn't be
Verified.
sent over because there ain't none.
Yeah.
But like with her now, I mean, she was actually telling me that, most of what she is getting from Jamaica is going out elsewhere around the world.
Mm-hmm.
She sends it to me. I'm buying like, I purchased about 10 to 12 packets.
Mm-hmm.
And then even that is always it has to be retail price, but she was saying, because when I found that product, it wasn't anywhere else, it was just on there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, so why isn't this on, like, I can get it through the Amazon store, the raw sea moss itself through the Amazon, because they don't operate here. And then she says to me, this is the only platform which allows us to do what they do, to do their business. Yeah.
That's
In
crazy,
Jamaica.
that.
I know, because that platform isn't really, well, for me anyway, it probably works for people where it's ideal for them, but that platform, it's not really working in a way where I would want it to work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it works out better for the people that can't websites and all of that type of stuff.
Well, I'm sure
and
there's a
that's
lot
it.
of competition on it, and you got to be there working. But I think with any sort of platform or business, you have to invest a considerable amount of time and just be consistent at it to grow it.
Yes, that's right.
Mhm.
And I think the key thing is as well. I mean, all good to look at the competition, but it's like, because I think even from just my own experience, because this is one strategy that I have just for myself. I don't know if it would work for anybody else, but I know it works for me. It's kind of like be aware of the competition, which is in any business.
Mhm.
But in this is the way I approach it. We're in the new world, the digital world, and the old way of doing things in the old world, we cannot come forward in this new world with it. So with the actual scaling up of the business and getting it out there and everything, I think that there is other means, even though that they say that's the only thing that they can do is use that platform, which is ST, and the competition is there and everything. My thing would be, don't even look at the competition. You are the competition in your own self. You compete against yourself. Get me?
Yeah.
You literally compete against yourself, so that way you're always bettering yourself.
No,
We got to look at like the competition that is out there to know that what you have to do with your own product. I find it's better. Yeah, I find it's better to just look at myself and compare what I'm doing, like say last week to what I'm doing now, and then how it could be adjusted to the next level or this and that. But I find that if everybody was looking at the competition, because that's what it always took in the old world, and now like with the digital world, that's why I was saying before about the ClickFunnels. So that competition type of thing, you are your own competition, because the ClickFunnel is all your work. It's you.
That's how you perfect it.
Yeah, and when you go in there and fine tune it and start adjusting this and adjusting that, it can only get better. And from that point of view there, from the ClickFunnels thing and literally fine tuning and all of that, I feel that if we focus more on the competition, what's out there, we don't really get to fine tune our own business because we're focused on that competition. So it's like with the law of attraction, the more you focus on something, the more you get of it. Yeah, so I look at that and manipulate that and say, well, okay, if that's the case, universe, then I'm going to focus on myself. So if I get more of myself, just literally see if that is how it comes. If I can get more out of myself, and then it's like I'm competing against my own self. Literally competing against myself.
That's it. You set your limits, your standards.
That's right.
It's all you, what you want to believe in. It is the law of attraction.
That's right.
Yeah. There's actually, if you do research with Bob Proctor, there's actually 12 forgotten laws of the universe.
What they call the forgotten laws?
Yeah, the 12 forgotten laws of the universe.
Wow. Yeah. Is that something he's done recently, or is it something like is that got out there already?
Pardon?
Is that something that he's done recently, or is that something that he's already got out there?
You know what? He's got it out there. It's on YouTube. Let me look it up real quickly, and I'll tell you where the link is.
Excellent. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Because he's like one of the big players in his field, isn't he?
Yeah, it's called actually the 11 Forgotten Laws, the complete collection.
The complete collection of the forgotten laws.
Yeah, the 11 Forgotten Laws, complete collection. Bob Proctor. And it says in
Did you say something? Was Jamie saying something?
Yes, you guys talk about manifestation and laws of attraction. I said also Les Brown's a very good motivational speaker.
Yes, definitely. That's exactly true.
Oh, you like Les Brown?
Yeah, I like Bob Proctor too. Like he's like one of the first person I actually started following when I started really studying laws of attraction.
Yeah,
and it's made a big difference in my life. Like it's not. I didn't attract my my blessings yet, but just the way it changed my mindset. Like that was the main thing. Like I really changed the way I think, the way I look at things now, the way it just changes your whole mindset. And once your mindset changes, everything falls into place.
That's right, and it works with a lot of things just by altering that mindset, isn't it?
It's the most like a lot of people, like where I live in now, like my country I'm in, a lot of people, it's sad. It's very sad because they don't see that their mind is the biggest asset that they have. They don't see that, so they tend to quit real fast. They give up on life. Like suicide is a very big rate out here, and they just do negative things. And I can see it has to do with a lot of mental illness, mental issues.
Where are you based, Jamie? Sorry.
Cape Verde. It's West Africa.
Oh, okay, nice. Cape Verde, yes.
And so the mental issue here is just everything. Finance, it's health, it's everything. And I always tell them it all starts with your mindset. You know, what you think of is what you attract. What you put out is what you bring in. So once you control that, you start to tend to watch what you say, what you think, what you do, what you eat. So it basically just changes your whole life.
Yeah, because you become so conscious of the words you're using on a day-to-day basis, and when you're that conscious of it, you literally say things just to make that happen. You literally use
you pay attention to a lot more details than you would have before if you didn't know about laws of attraction. And not just laws of attraction, just the main thing is, like, the way I started changing was because I started noticing and just putting it together. Like, the reason why I'm in this situation is because of my choices and the consequences I paid, what I said, self-belief, self-love. And once I figured that out, it was just a big U-turn.
Yes, and to know when you figured that out, was you using moss or was you not using moss? Because I
was like confused, but then when I just noticed it and I started practicing it and putting it into practice, and I seen my mental health change at first, and then I seen my emotions changing, how I could control my emotions now, what I can't control I don't focus on. I only focus on what I could do for me, and it was just a rolling ball. Everything just started clicking in, and the pieces started coming in together, and it changed my life for the best.
But was you actually using Seamoss in those times?
Oh no. Seamoss, it comes with the change of the mindset, because once you become more conscious, you start to think more about your health. You start to stop eating a bunch of foods you used to eat. You start to eat healthier, do more research, and that's how I came into Seamoss.
Right. So, like, with all your changes that you'd actually came across in your life, that was before you used Seamoss.
Yeah, the consciousness came before Seamoss.
Right, got you. And do you think like using the Seamoss has made you more conscious and opened up more avenues in your mind?
It's making me, because like I study a lot. Like I study stocks, I study forex. Today I just spent like 3 hours studying Seamoss, reading on St.Lucian, and getting more information on the marine areas in my country, the sea mosses we have. We have over 278 different species of red algae, 66 of the green algae. So I just started getting more information, and since I started using Seamoss, I've been able to focus better, capture more information, and just pay attention more, and just have more energy to actually focus and study. You know, like I'm not distracted, my mind's not wandering off, I'm not having negative thoughts coming into my head. I'm just focused, and everything is just gaining knowledge every day.
Beautiful.
Do you get to see much to your children?
My son, I started, but he's not here often. Because he lives with his mother, but he's been here like every day he's here. Like whatever I do, he does. I don't even need to tell him what it is. He sees me taking it, give me some, you know. And when I gave it to him, when I gave it to him, he didn't do no funny face. He just said, what is it? And when I explained it to him, because he plays football, so when I told him, it makes you more focused, it makes you more agile, you get stronger, and him loving to test his strength against other kids, so he was like, okay, this is a plus. So now he wants to take Seamoss whenever I take it.
Superb.
And I'm trying to,
has he been drinking it, or just take it out of the spoon as the gel himself?
No, I take it as the gel.
Straight from the jar.
Yeah, straight. I make it straight from when I get it, I don't even dry it because it comes straight from the ocean. So I just rinse it out and just leave it in the water, rinse it, and just put fresh spring water in it, and I make the gel right away. I don't add no flavors, no smoothies.
So yours is green.
No, mine's the purple one.
Oh, you're using the purple one?
Yeah, because that's the one that we have here the most, is the purple Seamoss.
Ah, okay.
And I was doing some research on Julien, and I found a lot of very, very good information on what we spoke about last time about the volcanic origin of my country and the minerals.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I found a lot of information, and I also found that on the island of Sal, we have a saline there, and on the corals, the red algae, it goes into the salt. And I was looking it up, and they actually sell it, and it's an Hawaiian thing, but it's called red algae salt.
Oh really?
Red algae salt. What is it? Dose?
Salt.
Yeah, it's salt.
Yes. And I looked at.
And it's nothing to do with seaweed, no?
No, the red algae from the ocean and from the corals, it basically the minerals mixes in with the saline, with the salt saline.
Okay.
It's just a natural thing. And I was looking it up in Hawaii. They was talking about the benefits it has and the flavors. The flavors a lot better. So I was like, wow, I just found something new. Like in the island of Sal, where we extract salt, we have red algae salt.
Wow.
I was just doing so much information.
Yes.
You know, and I gained a lot of what we spoke about last time about the marketing.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw. Julien, we was talking the last Sunday. I think he had 2 Sundays before.
Yeah.
We was talking about. I was asking him some questions on marketing and how I could get my company up and going.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me a lot of good ideas. And I actually looked up research. I love doing research, as I said. And I looked up the scuba diving schools and businesses around here. And I was looking up some of their pictures and their videos. And in their videos, when they're scuba diving, going by the corrals, I see so many Seamoss, and I was like, okay, that's good. I could go talk to them while they're doing their course, pay them a little something just to capture me the videos of the fresh, live Seamoss, and introduce my country and the Seamoss from our waters, because my country is not known for Seamoss. Nobody uses it here. Nobody exports it. Nobody imports it. Nobody does nothing with it. So the world does not really know about Cape Verdean Seamoss or the West African Seamoss as much as they know about the Caribbean Seamoss.
Here's my honest, 100% honest take about this. Okay, I think all the Seamoss is good.
Because it's all Atlantic, basically.
Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent. You know what I mean? All these places, Jamaica. There's not to say that there's one, unless we go and sample each one, then you know what I mean. And even then, by the season and the year, the sample could be different. It's like, you know what I mean. There's no thing. So the point of me saying that is that one of the reasons why St. Lucia is considered the best Seamoss is not just because it is some of the best Seamoss. It's because everybody's calling it and saying the best Seamoss.
It's on demand.
Yeah.
Because it started first. Julien, I'm gonna send you on this group. I'm gonna send you this link to this thing I was reading about Seamoss. How Seamoss and algae, how it started from when they started farming it in the beginning in Taiwan, and how it came to the Caribbeans, and how the marketing started and the import. It's very fascinating information.
Yeah, okay. I'd love to see that. But
Yeah, I learned a lot. Like it tells you like how to farm it, or the people who do farm it, how you can farm it. It's very good information.
yeah, and my whole point in saying what I was just saying now is that don't be afraid to go and do the research like you're doing and shout out and say, hey, my sea moss is good. You know what I mean? Like the only reason why a lot of people there, I believe, is because everybody says that they like the St. Lucian, but don't, you know what I mean? Like I, I don't know.
I understand
I've,
what you mean.
I've,
I understand what you mean.
I've never come across. I mean, you saw this stuff with bad Seamoss and fake Seamoss. I don't think I've ever had fake Seamoss.
There's no fake sea moss. There is like poorly dried sea moss. I think there's like sea moss that's, like grown not for the purpose of human consumption, more for the extraction purposes of the chemical compounds that they use for industrial foods and stuff like that. And that's fair. But it's not that like to me it's like that sea moss, it's not to say that it's bad, but it can't really hold like compared to something that's coming from the Caribbean or something
I mean,
where
Saint
Jamie lives,
Lucia. Yeah, St. Lucia. Anyway, I mean, just look at the seas. Yeah,
Yeah.
look at the skies. Look at the environment. So something good must have to come out of the water.
Yeah.
And in every water, if they've got those environments, even the people, if people are in that type of environment, they're going to feel such a way. The environment affects everything on the planet, cells, everything. So different parts of the world where sea moss is, it's going to have its qualities for that environment and that part of the world. So when it's compared, it's like really and truly, this isn't comparison because it's like, this is what this part of the country gives. This is what these waters give. I mean, you can't get blood out of a stone, basically.
Yeah.
And like to get like Seamoss from the country, you can't really say, well, you'd expect it to have this or this quality or that quality because the environment doesn't even allow it. Where the environment in St. Lucia allows that Seamoss to be what it is and have the qualities in there because of the environment it's growing in.
Mm-hmm.
And then the same here in Jamaica. It's just like the Seamoss here, there's no way that it could have the qualities and everything of St. Lucian Seamoss or Seamoss in Africa or anywhere around the world because the environment what is here is not in everywhere around the world. And I just think the better the environment in the sea, the better sea life and seafood, sea vegetables you will get out of it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like a supermarket. The better that supermarket is, if the supermarket is basing themselves on organic, with this, with that, we don't have this, then the food is going to come good out of that supermarket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I fully agree with you, which is why I made that point because St. Lucia's waters are fantastic and amazing and beautiful, so is where Jamie lives. He showed me where he lives. Like I wish I could show you guys are in Clubhouse, so it's hard to see on the live video, right?
You say it was in what was it called again? I forgot the
Cape something.
Cape Verde.
Cape Verde. Is it Verde? It's not Verdi.
Verde, basically Perde.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's off the coast of Africa, and it's like its own little region there, and everything's all natural. And there's no like industry. There's not a lot of inhabitants there. And it's all volcanic and stuff. Isn't there an active volcano there or no?
Yes, we have 6 volcanoes, but only one still active. It's the island of Coco.
Oh wow, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And the thing you was talking about, the Jamaica and the St. Lucia's, the Caribbean. Yeah. The article I was reading, it was a PDF, a couple of pages, and it was telling about especially how the St. Lucia's, how the Seamoss there is very good because the tropical weather and the climate of the water also, and where basically, as you said, Jamaica, Cape Verde, St. Lucia, Barbados, we're all tropical islands.
Yeah.
So our sea mosses are basically all the same because of our climate and of our water temperature.
And I feel the sky has a lot to do with it as well.
The sun plays a big part.
Yeah, the sun, and even like the colors.
the beautiful landscape, the color,
the colors in the sky, and like the UV rays that are coming out, and like some what is in the atmosphere stops like certain UV rays coming through, and like stops them coming into the water, because I know like that moss needs to be like really close to the water top, doesn't it? To get
the article, like everything we're talking about right now, it says it all in the article. How dependent on the area of the location of geographic and how you're located. A lot of, because remember nowadays a lot of the carbon is going into the ocean. And a lot of when the carbon is going into the ocean, it's going into the sea moss and to the algae. So depending on your location, like Barbados, Jamaica, Cape Verde, like Julien was saying, we don't have a lot of industries. We don't have big factories. So our waters and our climate and our areas are not polluted.
Yeah.
As much as
the more countries like we
as much as they was talking about over there around Japan and Asia, where they have sea moss too, but their ocean is polluted because of the earthquake and all the from the nuclear power plant that went into the water. So location, temperature, culture, pollution, it all plays a big part.
Yeah.
That's why St. Lucia's sea moss is considered the best, because of that wonderful area it's located, the climate, the pollution.
Isn't there more like a bit more like regulation going on there with it, or it's not just like people just getting it from the sea? It's more controlled, isn't it?
Where?
And St. Lucia,
St. Lucia, yeah, St. Lucia. That's what I've seen. It's more of a more regulated than just like
it's a big thing in St. Lucia, huh, Julien?
Yeah, there's a big industry. There's a lot of people that make good money, producing sea moss, drying sea moss. I don't know if it's too much regulated in the sense like that the government has a lot of oversight. I think they're trying to.
No,
I'm sure
not in that side of it. More where there's more like a system where everybody knows what they're doing, and everybody's playing their part.
Yeah. See, I think it's important for our that business to keep that sort of free-form industry where you have independent buyers and sellers. It will help, to me, control the price better. But like, you don't want everything all in the hands of one person. But I do think it's important that some of these people make sure that they get their quality control up and their standards, so that when it's not easy for the government to come in and start controlling and regulating. I don't know. To me, I don't want it to be something where they're put into this kind of power where they have to sort of tell us how to buy and sell the sea moss, because it's like, we know what we're doing. You know what I mean? We're selling sea moss, and that's where happy.
The recognition has to be like coming to it as well, because it's kind of like and once it's recognized and the people that are established in there at the forefront, they have to get they should be recognized in a way where like, these are the people, like whoever ahead of if you want to call them head of, but these are the people that people know in the industry to go to for what they're looking for, and if they haven't got it for them to deliver it to them, then they can be pushed elsewhere, instead of it just being, well, this is how it is. I mean, for regulation, not regulating in such a way where it's like that with government. It's regulation for us, by us, just like food, for us, by us.
Yeah,
that's what that brand was for. It was for the people that were in that industry, doing their own thing, basically, for us, by us, and it made all sense. I mean, even down to, because I think that was a subliminal type of a, label, because it was all to do with LL Cool J, if I remember right.
Yeah.
That label and some certain shows and all of that, but for us, by us, I mean, it has to be done by us.
Yeah, I agree.
But within that as well, there still needs to be like some type of regulation where everybody is not just really taking, too much and not bringing nothing to the table, and not just take. Because there's some people like that, they will just take the gel, for instance, and not want to pay for it just because they know you and you're making it, or or you're giving out samples, so they just wait for you to give out samples. There has to be something like there set where it's just like, well, if that person wants to give out samples, then it's like giving out samples. It's not just giving out samples just so people can just come and take them. It's samples given that is leading to a sale. Because we could be giving out samples for the rest of our lives.
But
that's
the
same person that is not making a sale from.
Yeah, that's true. But you're always going to have those sample takers, but they're not going to represent a lot of them. If your product's good, people are going to want to eventually pay for it. And I mean, how many times they're gonna look at you in the face and take this? Like, only the same person can only take so many samples, I guess, before you catch on. I mean, I think after the third sample, I'd be like, "Hey, are you gonna buy this?" Or, and make sure your samples aren't too big. So even if you are giving a lot of samples, some people can't afford your Seamoss.
That's right. Especially when you've only got 500ml jars in Jamaica, you can't get
Yeah, so be careful. You're gonna be giving a lot of that away.
500ml jars and people. I mean, the whole bag of raw seaweed here is like 1,800. So what am I supposed to do? It's just really crazy on how to work that. But I'll come to something anyway. But it was just really, really strange. But what I did found that the stuff I got from Atlanta, it was kind of like really gelatinous. It gelled up really tight. Yeah, then even using the same amount, the same methods and everything, same amount water, same 100 grams, it came really tight, like really more stiffish, like it could have been used with some more water.
Yeah.
But I couldn't work out like the difference from the one that I was already getting, because the one that I was getting before, it says it's organic and it's Caribbean dried, as they do, it's wild harvest, blah, blah, blah. But the packet, it literally states organic, right? In big on the front. And then the one from Atlanta, it never stated, nothing to do with organic. So because I only consume organic, I was a bit, I wonder if I'm taking certain things into my body because it's not organic and all that type of stuff. But I don't know. I'm just kind of like...
I think it's all organic.
Got you.
I mean, from what I can tell, everywhere that they do sort of put the Seamoss, they're putting it in an area where it's like a protective zone. It's an area where there's no sort of definitely in St. Lucia, but also when I've watched videos in St. Grenada or St. Vincent, you know what I mean? They're doing it in certain parts of the island that are, not a lot of, like, it would be an area where I would consider organic. That's why I always like all the Seamoss is organic, at least from the Caribbean. You know what I mean?
Because you're seeing it in a way that and because you've seen it like that, you can literally say, well, to me, like to you, that you can see that it is all organic because you've seen it with your eyes. You see, and that's what it is. It's like that's the reason for that certification, because it's like, because I've always put it to like some of the farmers here, I'm saying to them, fair enough, if your stuff is organic and you've not sprayed it, you totally 100% believe it's never been sprayed and all of that, but how can the consumer be 100% certain that it is organic and there's no impurities? And they would say, well, I've been there, it's my crop, I've not seen anything go on there, but something could get into that crop which make it inorganic, and it will be carrying certain like impurities in there, and that's the only thing. Well, it is that organic certification and certification, it's to protect the consumer. And I think for the actual person that is going for their produce to be organic, I think it gives them more of a premium price.
Well, that was my question I was going to lead you. Like, would you pay more money to make sure that something was certified Like maybe
Definitely.
I like say I could go and certify the drying process, certify
Yeah.
the place where it was collected, certify, you know what I mean?
Yes.
The way it was shipped and cleaned and packaged and stuff like that. Would you pay
Yes.
more
I
for
mean, yep. Me. I mean, because I consume organics anyway, so my organic food bill is pretty high. And
it?
the only reason why, yeah. So when I look at organic food bill, it's high because the tipping point. No, we have not reached that tipping point yet.
Mm-hmm.
Where if we reach that tipping point, everything goes organic and everything comes down in price. I mean, how can they literally, here, one orange, would you believe this, yeah? One orange is costing over $1.
Wow.
One apple
Orange.
over $1.
Yeah, you used to get like a bag of oranges for like $3
That's
or
right.
something.
Now
$4.
you're getting one dollar. So the minute you open your mouth and then know that you're not from here, it's double.
Wow.
It's double. And I'm like, that's illegal. Never mind double, it's illegal. Because if that is in any other country, people can't do that. If you're going to a shop, in a shop, and you speak and they hear that you're not from there, what right do they have to charge you double?
Mm-hmm.
You see? And that's exactly what is happening here. And it seems like it's allowed. And I just came to the conclusion today because I met some other people in the food industry that is doing food.
Yeah.
And one of them, I mean, he's been living in England and he's come back. He said, England is not happening no longer. There's a lot of things that is going on out there. That's why he's come back to Jamaica. He was a chef in England doing all jerk seasonings and jerk pork, jerk chicken and all that. And he says, England can't jerk.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah, he
appreciate
said
it.
they can't jerk. So, after all the time he spent there, he's come back and he's doing his business here. But what he has found is the marketing thing. His thing is only being seen by the people that are coming to Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the most he can do is give them their number. If somebody takes a picture of their food being done by him and puts it on YouTube, that's the only thing you probably get on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And pictures by the people buying the food. But he says he's struggling because of, especially like not many tourists passing past him for his jerk food and everything, but he's struggling on marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And even tonight I was talking to him about the digital marketing, his actual jerk and all of that, because it's not done in a way for the new world, digital world. It's all, everything so far is all based on business from the old world
Mm-hmm.
that we've come out of. And I know already, because I'm part of that old world, I'm more practical as a chef in the kitchen, hands-on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so when I found out, well, not found out, but when I realised that we're now in this digital world and every single body, no matter who or what business you're doing, has to reach that digital format, that digital platform. If business is not being digitalised in any little way,
Mm-hmm.
the business will suffer.
Yeah.
It will literally suffer because nobody's literally doing business like they did before. And if they are, they're realising now that they have to change because business doesn't operate the same as it did in 2020. I mean, it's only nearly 2 years ago.
True.
I've never seen such a dramatic change in anything where it just alters everything, and we have to really step up to meet those changes. I've never seen that with anything. And where we're at now with the digital world, that's why I was talking about those ClickFunnels and Seamoss, because I truly believe that a lot of people doing Seamoss are not really marketing it through ClickFunnel, because I don't think most of them get a grasp of the ClickFunnels. They've probably got their website and that's probably enough for them.
Yeah.
But even websites are already there in the old world and they're still there in this new world. But the people have made get a lot more awareness and made a lot more money even without a website. compared to the people with a website. And it's the same again. It's like the people, it's like here, when I see like some of the music artists, some of these young artists, they're making more and got more recognition than some of these old artists that have been in the reggae industry for a long time. Reason being, social media, these platforms and this digital format that they can actually enhance and put themselves out there and just cut out this, that person, and manage their own, manage their own selves.
True.
And that's what that digital world is all about, because where we're in now with all these algorithms, I mean, the 3 keywords in this industry, the first keyword is Seamoss. The second keyword is Seamoss gel. The third keyword is Seamoss and Bladderwrack. Yeah? So those are the 3 keywords. And that's in the digital word, but in our words, say like we're communicating physically on mobile phones or through platforms, even when we speak those words, they're keywords in reality, not just in their SEOs and like the search engine optimization and all of that. It's using those keywords, because if you was to go out there and just start using those keywords and bringing up in conversation to people that are not really looking or down or aware of the Seamoss, it wouldn't mean nothing to them until they hear it mentioned. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And then when they literally hear that mentioned again, the keywords, then it triggers off something just like how it does with the algorithms in the system, in the digital format. So when we're all trying, it works like the websites and all of that, and people buy from them and everything else, but it's not as effective, because a website is really not up to that digital performance and marketing our products like with the Seamoss and everything. It needs more than just a website. It needs something where that person is interacting with that sale of that moss. Mm-hmm. And it puts them literally, that ClickFunnels literally allows that person to literally pull out their credit card and buy. It's not a case of them shifting through the website and literally looking on the website, oh, I'll take that, they're like this size and blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. No, because the ClickFunnels is literally kind of programmed in a way where it's giving you what you've already been looking for. You don't have to look no further. It's there. Mm-hmm. The ClickFunnels will bring you through it right to the end, to the sale.
Yeah.
And all that information that is literally from the beginning, from you first click until you've made that, pull out your card and purchased, you've got everything you need to know.
Yeah. It answers all the questions.
Yeah. When they're left on the website, you've got 5 seconds when that person clicks onto your website, whether you keep them on there or not.
Yeah.
And within that 5 seconds, if they are not still there within 5 seconds, then you've lost all these people. Mm-hmm. So the person that's put that website together, they must be aware of that 5 second rule, where the minute they come onto your website, if they're not staying there in 5 seconds, you're never going to get them back.
Yeah. You got to really connect with them right away.
So whereas we're all, because if you look at every website, I mean, I'm not knocking nobody, it's just how websites are built. Mm-hmm. Back in the days, because I'm speaking now in the new world, the digital world, where the websites are really chunky and blocky, like blocks, and it's not like a smooth flow. Mm-hmm. When you're looking at a website, where ClickFunnels enables that.
Yeah,
I mean, ClickFunnels could be a bit expensive, but it's worth the investment. What I realized is that Seamoss, people that are dealing with Seamoss, for whatever reason they're dealing with it, they want it out there. Mm-hmm. Whether it's they want to make money from it, whether they want it for the cosmetics, whether they want it for health, they want it out there, because everyone that uses Seamoss knows the benefits of it, and they just want everybody to be using it. Mm-hmm. They want everybody to feel how they do when they've used the Seamoss. Mm-hmm. So for them to get it out there, their first thing is like get the website, get more people aware of it, get it in front of them, and that's a lot of work.
Yeah,
it's a lot of work. You need to be taking a lot of Seamoss to keep yourself out there, to be literally challenged in the way, like mentally and physically, by doing all of that. whereas the ClickFunnels literally takes that away.
And then what do? Do you advertise people like the link to the ClickFunnels using certain keywords, like in Google Ads? Or
Yeah, because even say the title of what that ClickFunnels is about, the keywords are in the title.
Mm-hmm.
The keywords are all in the title itself, and because as you go through the ClickFunnels, keywords within the ClickFunnels is already being in the title. So through the title now, it's already in the SEO. Yeah, just through the title of the ClickFunnels of whatever you're pushing out there. Obviously, it's going to be Seamoss, could be Seamoss Shells, Seamoss Gummies, and all of that. So in that title is those keywords. Yeah, and then like through the person going through it now, as they click onto it, you're not going to lose them because they're interacting with you from the get-go. Yeah, it's just like the website. You lose a lot of people. When you think about it yourself, you go into a website, you're just like, oh, blank. What's next? The next one, and the next one, and you keep searching. And then some of them you stay, some of them you don't, because it's like once your mind starts like not interacting with what you're seeing on the screen, that is the fault of the person behind the screen. Well, not behind the screen. That's the person who has given you that program, who has programmed the actual thing that you're looking at. So if you're looking at that and it's not keeping you there, that's something where that the person who's programmed it, they need to think harder on how to keep them there. Even if it's something that flashes on the screen within 3 seconds that attracts their attention, or a pop-up a sales lead that pops up, things like that. And that's why those things happen on certain websites, because they know that your attention has gone. Let me throw this pop-up in there and say, oh, you get 30%, you've come this far, blah blah blah, because that's what you get on these when you go and purchase. That's what's happening. The person that's put it together, they know that they could be lost before they make that sale. So even if you're thinking, no, I don't want this, all of a sudden pop up 40%, you're going to take it. You're literally going to take it because you're getting a better offer than you even set out to get. Because by the time you've gone through half of that ClickFunnels anyway, you're going to purchase, unless you're consciously just going through the ClickFunnels and reading what it's about and what they want to sell. Because people that build ClickFunnels, when they get to a page where it's a ClickFunnels that is selling them something, they literally just scroll through it, go right down to the bottom to the click and buy, because they know what is in it all from the start to the end. So if it's something that's come to them of interest, they're just going to go scroll right down to the bottom and click and purchase it. They're not even they'll probably get to the point where it throws up the sale, like so much percentage off. Because the ones that do ClickFunnels, they know that you would always get something like that near to the end that say, well, don't leave, get this amount off. And then they end up clicking. So
I do something like that with my abandoned cart. Like if someone goes to the site and they leave the site, I get I send out an email offering incentive to come back, like saying, "Oh, look, you forgot something in your cart."
Yes, that's the one. And does that go automatically?
Pardon?
Does that go out to them automatically? Or yes.
I have two of them. One when they're browsing a product, and another one when they check out and then they don't pay. And so,
and it's like a reminder type of thing to say you've got this in your basket, or
I run it through a program called Calabio.
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 Or Calabio. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's spelled Kalabio.
Oh, Calabio. And is that like a what do you call it? What's it that you put into your search engine? Like, is it does that actually go to your search engine, or is that a actual?
It's what I would call a client relationship manager, in that it connects to your website and all the database, all the members, and manages all your email correspondence and SMS messages.
Mhm. And that is a American company.
Yeah, it's American product.
Yeah, because usually when my the VPN that I use,
Mm-hmm.
it's like when I'm behind that, depends on what country I'm using to use the VPN. Those adverts that come up from the YouTube are all from that country that I'm in through the VPN.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm in like through the one in America, those American adverts comes up and stuff through the algorithm through the actual YouTube. I'm usually getting stuff like those that you was just saying that.
Yeah.
It optimizes your website and it gives you all the data and all of this from, you know, and it sends out things automated.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've only seen the American ones that are actually doing that. I've seen a few of them, but I don't know like that, because I would imagine now there's a lot of those coming out, isn't there? And those people that are designing those, because of the times we're living in,
Mm-hmm.
you know, all these things are like coming up to make it easier for us, because people get really lazy.
Yeah, but also when it comes to doing something like scaling, you need to
Analyze.
yeah, not only analyze, but you need to like be able to automate a lot of the business. Can you imagine if you had to email every single user that
That's
you
right.
know check every day to see who abandoned their cart and said, "Oh, hey, you forgot this," you know?
That's right. That's right. It does really take a lot off the actual person. But I mean, that part of it anyway. Imagine that's what the people were doing before. That's what
Yeah.
they were literally doing, was literally reminding the people or giving them a call to say, "Are you actually going to purchase this or whatever?" But as we've moved forward, and that's what it is. That digital world, it's like literally automating everything.
Mm-hmm.
The AI will literally deal with Seamoss in a way. I can't wait to see how it's going to pan out with artificial intelligence and Seamoss, because it will literally, you know, play part. Because I don't know if you've looked at some of the YouTube not adverts, but some of the work people are putting out there with Seamoss, they're already utilizing the AI, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're already utilizing AI, whereas I'm watching a thing about Seamoss and the Seamoss benefits and what it does and all this type of thing, and it's that computer voice. You know, it's like a woman.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So with that now, that person has literally done that that video, which gives all the information on the Seamoss and probably their website or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
But all of that is artificial intelligence. That will be in the system forever.
True.
You know, that will be in the system forever, and then that can just lead over to another link, which is through a click funnel. And then when you look at it now, the actual, I don't know, it would work with Seamoss gel, but it will work with the raw Seamoss, where, you know, wherever it can be ordered from, through the actual the link and the click funnel. It's just a matter of going to that link, clicking it, and it being delivered to you.
Yeah.
Because it's all literally through Amazon. It's all Shopify, all of those platforms where it enables that to happen. You know, because I'm doing stuff like certain challenges, a 30-day Seamoss challenge, where, you know, through that challenge, the people literally can click and just get everything for that challenge. The only thing that I would have to take part in is the actual gel part if they order gel, but I'm just assuming that they've already got gel, and if they don't, they can then get the raw form of it and make it themselves at home, because I think basically it's best for the people to be making these things themselves at home, instead of literally having to buy it from somebody else, right? Because if they're literally making it at home themselves, it gets more people involved and more people see the whole process and understand it more. Because, I mean, just to expect Seamoss gel all the time when the people come, they don't know what it takes to get that gel. They don't know that the vendors probably had issues with the actual sending it off and delivery.
Mm-hmm.
They probably don't know that the actual person that's making the gel didn't get what they wanted on time. So, you know, so if that person is expecting that gel every week on the time that they want it, whether best if they try to make it themselves, then they can fulfill a lot more people by themselves.
That's
you
a
know,
good
and
point.
all it takes is that all it took was they got into it, they seen the ins and outs, and then they learned. Because through Seamoss challenges, what I found is that it introduces people to Seamoss.
Sure.
And then even if it's like a 3-day Seamoss challenge, because I know I go intensively, and 30 days is a long time to some people. To me, it's like a blink of an eye.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot you can really get done in 30 days, whereas, you know, some people use 30 days and not do nothing.
Yeah.
So a challenge on a 30-day Seamoss challenge is what I set. And then some people, I thought, well, probably a bit hard for them to take it down to 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So through the amount of days that they're actually doing the challenge, they're getting to know what it's all about, how to make it if they want to make it. All of that, they're getting more than just challenging themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they learn a lot more of what other people are actually doing in the industry with Seamoss. You know, and just by expecting your jar of Seamoss gel and, oh, thank you from whatever company, it's getting a lot more, knowing where it's coming from, who's making it, and where it's actually, you know, being created and why it was created. All of that, instead of just getting a jar of gel and just using it, get more deeply involved. And I mean, even we as the people that push it forward, I think that we have a responsibility as well to get the people involved instead of just taking their money and selling them gel. You know, let them learn how to do it, and then basically takes the pressure off yourself. You know,
True.
to make gel. You know,
No, you're right.
It's like,
it's a good point.
It's like you give the fisherman the fishing net and he can
Yeah.
fish forever.
Yeah,
Instead of just showing him how to fish.
Well, I've always told people there's going to be two types of clients out of this industry. You know what I mean? There's going to be the ones that are going to want to make the gel, or they're both going to be the ones that will try to make the gel themselves. And one's going to come back to you and say, "Hey, you know what? I like the way you do it better. Can you do it for me?" And the other one's going to keep going and doing what they want. And so it's important to not always hold people back from making the gel themselves, because they're going to go and do it anyways. And if they find it through someone else and they decide that they didn't like the way they did it and they wanted to go back, if that guy sells gel, they're not going back to you after they just went to go to this guy to get what they could have got from you in the first place.
That's right. That's right. Because it's like, with me, I always think like learning hands-on. If you just sat down and watch somebody make something to bring, it's like sitting down and having your dinner made for you. You sit at the table, somebody cooks that food and bring it to you.
Yeah.
You didn't have to. All you have to do is appreciate that food.
Yeah.
And then what I'm seeing now is like, well, if everybody in the house is just going to sit at the table and eat food, why not show them all how to cook the food they're eating? Then the person has got to keep doing that job, literally. And you learn more with hands-on, literally getting your hands, literally in the bowl, in whatever you're using, hands-on experience from just being shown or told. Because that's what a lot of people are doing on YouTube. They're telling people how to make gel. But that's how they make it.
Yeah.
You see? That's how they make it. That literally it would be much better, me I think personally, because if I was to go on YouTube and show people how to do gel, it would just be my hands. It wouldn't be even my mouth. You wouldn't hear my mouth. It would just be my hands doing what it's doing, so people can literally see.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's because it's not literally telling them how to do it or showing them. It's just doing what you're doing. You just do what you do and do it at the best of your ability. Now, somebody can look at that and copy. Yeah?
Yeah.
They can just look at it and go to the kitchen and put it into practice, and then, wow, I've made some gel.
Mm-hmm.
And all I've just watched the video and made gel. I'm not being told, well, you put this in here and you do this and you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I found, even that, people still get it wrong. You could have everything there in a bowl, this amount, that amount, all the ingredients for the cake,
Yeah.
and lay them all out. You give it to one chef and to another chef, and it's totally different. The outcome is totally different.
Always. There's so many different ways to do this, like gel. You can never get it perfect.
Yes, that's right. So somebody, it's like pastry. A person with warm hands,
Mm-hmm.
good at pastry. No, sorry, the opposite way. It's cold hands, they're good at pastry because it doesn't melt all the butter in the pastry, apparently. So people with warm hands, they say they've not got pastry hands.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So I look at it just, I just look at it this way, like people in every household should know how to make the gels. Yeah, everyone that's using Seamoss, they should know how to make the gel themselves, for themselves and for their families.
Yeah.
And more so for their children. I think the children are the ones that should be making all the gummies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, get the children making gummies because they enjoy it. It's something that they can literally make and eat themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and have that enjoyment of making it and eating it, consuming it.
And it's good practice. Like, I think it's important to teach kids how to cook, teach kids how to follow recipes.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Teach them all these sort of like things about life, you know, and making your own gummies.
Yep.
Like, you know, yeah, sure, you're learning how to make gummies, but once you learn how to make gummies, like, what's stopping you from making other things? But
Exactly.
especially at a young age, you need to like work at things of building their confidence.
And that's when it's best, is at that younger age, and even best with Seamoss. I mean, even teaching them to cook food and all of that is good from young, but with Seamoss, that's the best thing to show for the children. Well, through culinary arts, you know, because the culinary arts side of things is that bringing in that Seamoss. The only time you hear about culinary arts and Seamoss is Japan and Asia and all of that, where they really push the boat out. I mean, sushi. When you look at sushi, like, wow, look how that's wrapped up and how the colours are and this and that. And, you know, all of that is their culinary arts when it comes to seaweed. And they do it with such grace and, you know, it looks beautiful. Every bit of, like, seaweed they do, it looks amazing. You know, they put some with sesame seeds, toasted sesame seeds and certain oils and this and that. And I'm like, wow. I did a dish the other day. I mean, I would send you the picture if I could get it over, but it was, I literally did a fruit bowl, but because I used my sorrel and ginger Seamoss, and I had pomegranate, grapefruit, and what was the June plum, and hemp seeds. And what I did, I literally garnished the bowl with iodine and vitamin D3 and vitamin K2. So the iodine is kind of like that orangey yellow color, and then the vitamin D3 is like the red color, and the K2 is a black seed oil. It's the carrot black seed oil. So it was decorated with that, the dish, and that was a breakfast bowl. And it had seaweeds in there. So when I looked at it, I was like, I mean, I wowed myself, you know. I looked at it, I thought, this is like, even just because of the benefits from the actual additives, even though it's already in the moss. I mean, there's iodine in the moss. All what I added extra is in the moss, but because, as I was saying before, the ratios, I actually supplement with certain things in the moss. So it brings those levels of what is in the moss up a little bit higher. Like, for instance, the K2, the D3, all of those is at a certain level, because as we were saying before, about 100 grams. You're going to have a certain amount of iron from 100 grams. So when you lower that, you've got less iron from your 50 grams. Yeah, so with me working off 100 grams and using 200 liters of water, I'm literally working out how much iron I'm taking my body from, how much I work out in jars or tablespoons or whatever. And that's why I know you can take as much as you want, because you're never going to overdose, because how can it be?
Mm-hmm.
You're not taking in 100 grams of Seamoss all the time.
Yeah.
You know, and
Your body knows.
measurements, those are done by 100 grams. Not a teaspoon. In a teaspoon, we're taking in minute amount of iodine.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it works. It boosts the body, but the levels of iodine and whatever else is in the moss, we're not going to overdose on it, because one, it's been diluted out with the waters anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then because a whole jar, a whole that's a jar. I've got a whole 500 ml jar.
Mm-hmm.
I could down that. The only problem that you probably would get is your stomach, and you'll be rushing to the toilet.
Yeah,
that would be it, because your body knows. Your body really knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
you're right.
basically the food that had that extra iodine and everything. So I looked at that bowl and just called it, because in the seaweed, that's because you don't get all of those from the fruits. So when I'm with the gel now, what I find with the fruits is acting as fiber.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it was because a lot of people lose a lot of weight taking these gels, and they don't eat as much because it doesn't allow you to eat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so with the actual the fruits, I just look at that as the fiber going in with the Seamoss.
No,
that's helping the digestion.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought about the fact that many don't, like, you know, because they're taking a lot of the Seamoss, they're not getting a high dose of fiber.
That's correct.
To offset that.
That's correct, and that's exactly what happened. So, me being aware of, like, even though because remember, we're breaking down that wall and that fiber, that's why it gels, because when it's in the sea in its normal form, for it to be flowing like that, you know, it has to move. That's why it builds up that fibrous, like, type of texture, so it can move in the water. The fiber is like the muscle.
Mm-hmm. So
when we blend it all up now with these powerful mixers and just blend it into, like, you know, all up together, and then it supposedly gels up, we've destroyed that whole fiber construction of the actual seaweed. Because if you just get that seaweed and put it in your mouth, you know you've got a lot of fiber in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You chew that, you have to chew and chew and chew and chew. You probably wouldn't even have to swallow it,
especially in its raw state, like before it's blended.
That's exactly right, and that's where all that fiber content is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the water, as it's moving, because it needs the flow of the water, that Seamoss has to keep moving. So it builds up, like, those muscles. Basically, is the fiber. It's the fiber that makes it move with the flow of the water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the muscle buildup of anything. I mean, fruit is full of fiber.
Mm-hmm.
Animals do not have fiber. They have bones which help them to stand up. A fruit, if you put an apple on the table, it's not going to just go flat.
Yeah.
And be a flat substance. It's like full of fiber.
Oh, you see it when you juice it. You see it when you try to juice it.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. From juicing out the thing, and then you're left with all that fiber at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and especially like celery.
Yep.
Very highly fibrous food. Ginger. Sugar cane. Highly fibrous food, and those fibers, all those machines, is what our body's supposed to be doing, but our bodies are all packed up.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
mm-hmm.
The bodies are all packed up. The teeth, the chewing mechanism is all packed up because we're not getting fiber in our food. McDonald's food, no fiber.
Yeah,
but
that's
not fiber. Eat the McDonald's, they chew it 3 times and then swallow.
Yeah.
Your food's supposed to be chewed minimum, believe it or not, 50 times more. No less than 50 times you're supposed to chew our food.
We're gonna have
and
to
break
slower.
down that fiber, just like I was saying about the seaweed. And because we're using these powerful blenders and blending it, because when we chew the food, it releases the enzymes in the pockets at the side of the mouth, in the cheeks, which is within the spit. So that moisture helps to break down the food, and we're supposed to chew with our molars. But a lot of people got their teeth missing, so they can't chew it. That's why they go for food without fiber, like McDonald's, mashed potatoes, all these soft foods that there's no fiber content. Yeah, so when
stuff
they're
all cooked out of the flavor out of it.
Say that again, sorry?
I said stuff where they cooked out the flavor out of it, like the steamed it, or you know what I mean? It's all soft and mushy.
Yeah. Yes. And because even myself, I have to make sure that taking in fiber. So the food in the morning that I literally take with the Seamoss is purposely chosen. You know, these seeds, the liquid, because the seeds have a lot of power. The less food you put in the body, the better. But it has to be less, but carrying a high, like, amount of.
Volume.
Yeah, that's right. And color. You know, there has to be color, because remember, a lot of people use the Seamoss and they're not eating correctly.
No.
And they use the Seamoss as like a meal replacement. They use the Seamoss to purposely lose weight. They use the Seamoss in wrong ways, instead of just using it as an overall, like, incorporate it in your life, even feeding your plants with it.
Yeah.
Washing your hair with it, soaking your feet in it. You know, I mean, as you know, I'm in Jamaica. I've got marijuana seed. I've even prepared my marijuana seed in water and Seamoss.
Yeah.
The best in life.
Yeah.
I mean,
it'd be awesome for growing. I said it'd be awesome for growing, like, you know, really kickstart the Seamoss. I mean, the seed.
That's right, and they will be fed on that Seamoss as well. That's what they will be fed on. They won't be fed on no, you know, whatever food. It will literally be fed on what they started off on. And it will be planted straight into the ground. So it's a matter of, like, literally giving Mother Nature her time to shine.
Yeah.
With everything that is there, which benefit, you know, Mother Nature and everybody else. I mean, the seeds, any seed, actually marijuana seed, but any seed, literally, I would imagine, benefit from being prepared in Seamoss.
Oh yeah.
Imagine
if it's just the water, you know.
Yeah.
That it was
because
soaking.
You know, the water in the mother's womb, that water is full of a lot of nutrients. Everything in that water is like full of nutrients and everything for the baby to be in that womb. You know, and what's coming into the mother's baby. And what I imagine is, like, that water surrounding the baby is like the Seamoss water surrounding the seed.
Yeah.
And just, like, getting that seed, getting that baby ready for deliverance, to literally, like, I mean, the seed will sprout and the baby will be born, but it's like, you know, the baby had an environment to grow in that was safe, secure, full of nutrients, oxygen, nitrogen, this, that, everything.
Yeah.
You know, so that's how I've approached the seeds, because the Seamoss can put the seed in an environment like the baby's environment. That's how I imagined it in my head anyway. It was just kind of like giving it more of an opportunity than it usually would have.
I agree.
Instead of somebody just picking it up, putting it straight into some soil or in the dirt that is being depleted anyway of nutrients. You know, then the seed has got like half a chance to live. It's fighting for the rest of its life, and it grows up deficient, just like the humans do. You know, they come out of a womb that it was not ready or didn't have nutrients in there. Then the baby's got iron deficiency, he's got this deficiency. Then Seamoss comes along and helps with all of that. So if the Seamoss was there already within the mother, and with the actual food during, like before, because they say you can't. Some people say you can use it during pregnancy, and some say you can't. There's a lot of confusion there.
Yeah.
But I would always say anything from Mother Nature would help the mothers along. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Mother Nature would never create anything that would harm new life. Mother Nature is all about bringing new life and preserving life.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about harming life. It's just totally the opposite. You know, everything Mother Nature creates, it generates more life. It's just impossible for me to think that.
No, I agree.
You know, that Mother Nature could even damage anything, even if she wanted to. It's just not in her nature.
Well, I know these guys who's this girl Shayna and her husband Kirby. They run a company called Vegan Fiber, and they raised their kids on she did her whole pregnancy and fasted while pregnant using Seamoss.
Oh wow, brilliant. I can imagine what she was actually doing through pregnancy there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially where she's really aware of the fiber and the importance of it, and even doing what she's doing, because that is a lot for a woman to literally do that with her own pregnancy, because she would have got a lot of bashing from other people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, family and all of those, and friends saying, "What are you doing?" and all of that. But you know, for them to do that and their mind is made up and they literally go through it, and it's not as if like, well, everything was okay. It was meant to be okay from the beginning anyway. It was just the people who are not aware of these other ways to approach life. It's not just one way where we can approach life and get the best out of life.
That's facts.
It's just that a kind of like you know, their mind is not expanded to the places where other people's minds are. Yeah, so when they do something, it's like extreme. I mean, it's like going vegan. How can vegan be extreme? Extreme is when you're having your arteries cut open in the hospital and having atherosclerosis pulled out of it.
Yeah.
That's extreme. You know, that is what is extreme. I mean, just eating fruits and vegetables, people say that's extreme.
That's scary if that's extreme for them. Like, that's just
that's exactly
how you want to
right.
live and just enjoy it. But sometimes it's like they don't know what they're missing until they try it. You know what I mean?
That's exactly right. Because basically what it is, the way that they feel now, before they've actually tried, the way they feel now, they will never know any difference. So the way they feel, that's how they recognize how they feel. Until they feel better than what they was doing yesterday, then it was like, well, I don't want to go back to how I was feeling last week. Headaches, feeling fatigued, all of this. I want to keep this good feeling up.
Yeah.
So they keep striving to keep that energy up in a good way. And Seamoss does that naturally anyway. So it's like, you know, once they're literally on that journey, because I think for every person's body, the Seamoss penetrates it at a different level.
True.
And from what they're coming from, the world they've come from, what they've always been consuming, is already in their system, so that the Seamoss knows when it has its work cut out for them in the body that it lands in. The Seamoss knows. The Seamoss has its own intelligence. Honestly, it's got its own intelligence where it works out. It meets the people in their lane, wherever you are, and you come across Seamoss meet you there, and then Seamoss allows that user to become either more involved with it or not involved with it. And I've only come across one guy, and it's really strange, and I don't know why it is, but he's Irish as well. He's had a triple heart bypass at the age of 49. Triple heart bypass, not just a heart bypass. He's had a triple heart bypass, and he's 49. He's from Ireland, and he knows about the Irish moss. He had a big scar on his left leg, from his ankle right up into his groin. and then his chest, like opened up to do this bypass. And before he took it, the hospital was saying to him, "Oh, Mr. McIntyre, you're going to be like a new man again." I kept on laughing. I said, "Bro, you're not going to be a new man." I said, "People that have these operations are usually old people in like their 60s and all of that, and they never get better." I said, "Next thing you know, you're having stents put into your arteries, back in, and this is exactly what's happened. He's had 3 stents put in now."
Oh shit!
And I've been giving him Seamoss. And what they say, the pharmaceutical will say, if you're taking, no, not the pharmaceutical, sorry. I found that Seamoss World is saying if you're using blood thinners, you shouldn't take Seamoss. But my answer to that is flush the blood thinners down the toilet and don't use them, and take the Seamoss.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because if they're saying you're not to take it with whatever, flush away the badness and take the goodness that is in, because I don't know why they're saying not to take it, even though I don't know if there's some type of coagulation going on with the blood when you use Seamoss. And if you're using the actual blood thinners, and they're supposed to thin your blood and not make your blood clot or whatever, then it's like defeating the whole object. It's like opposite ends of the actual scale.
Yeah.
So with him now, I've just said to him, throw them away and use your Irish Seamoss. I bring it down to him. I even give it him to nothing because I want him to be using it. And he's used some on his scars, and then he stopped using it. He got infection. I have to stop using the Seamoss. So the Seamoss was protecting him just on his scars up until he stopped using it. Then he got infection from not using it, which was quite strange because when you come out of hospital, you've had an operation, your immune system's down anyway. Yeah. So with that in mind, him not getting that infection when he was using the Seamoss, when he stopped. And that's why I said, that's how powerful the Seamoss is. You stop using it, now you're not protected. Yeah. So he ended up having more stents put in and not literally using the Seamoss. And I kept on saying to him, I said, look, you're Irish. Your background and everything knows about the Irish moss.
Yeah.
But he's not enhancing what his own, people in the past had literally done. It literally saved their lives using that.
Yeah, stop a famine.
And him in a position now where he needs anything that is life-saving, he just turns it away, which is really unreal. I can't believe people literally do that. Even here, I've literally had the gel, which was one you can consume straight out of the thing, give it to somebody, and they took that spoon and they're like a little bit, not even, just about the tip of the teaspoon goes into their mouth, and then next thing you know, they're putting up these, I'm not even going to mention what they're drinking and eating. But when it's that, when you literally can see that, and they're tiptoeing around Seamoss, you know that's that person's conditioning and what they've literally been exposed to.
True.
Because if you've been exposed to Seamoss as a child, like I was exposed to it, seen it being cooked in my mother's kitchen. So I know that smell. I know what it looks like. I know the texture of it. I know when it ends up in the fridge as a drink from being, boiled in a pot with flaxseed and foaming, watching it, this foam stuff like foam. Sometimes it would have to go in a big pot because it would foam and come over the pot.
Yeah.
It would just foam, like foam over. And then I did that the other week actually because I was doing lots of orders, but my mind wasn't on it. I was doing so many things at once, but knowing and seeing that and being exposed to it from a young age, that has made it easier for me, and I think giving it to the children at a younger age, it does a lot more for their microbiome when they get older. Just like when you pick certain fruits off a tree, you get a certain antioxidant that you don't get when it's in the shop. You get exposed to certain antioxidants straight from the tree, because there's a protection that is going on around the plant. Same in the sea, there's a protection that we don't see that is going on around the plants that need it. It's just like we can't see it, we can't smell it. We're not in the plant world. Only like insects and flies and bees and wasps can see these things that are around plants, because that's who it's like. The colors of the plants appeal to like the birds, the bees, even moths. Certain moths are attracted to certain smells and stuff, and certain like beams of light.
Light intensities and stuff.
And also with the actual going back to the sea moss and being exposed to people like at a younger age, and for those people that they've had it, and I think it's mainly in black culture where they've been exposed to it at a younger age, because I don't, unless it's in Ireland, unless they're in Ireland and they was using it there, because I know that they did use it for quite a lot of stuff for their respiratory problems, because it's freezing out in Ireland. They use it for respiratory medicines and all of that, but it's like them being exposed to it at that age as young children, because their parents was giving it to them. Those that are grown now in their old age that had it then, I could always think if like with myself, if I wasn't exposed to certain things or certain foods as a younger age, how would I be operating now in my age that I am now? But because I was exposed to those foods, I can only go by what I was exposed to, and then know what. Because basically, it's a lot of, what do you call them, tooth. When you get the tooth problems, not decaying tooth, but there's another name. When you get the holes. Pardon?
Cavities?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's like cavities. Cavities don't just come when you're. It's a build-up of years. And the sugars that get in deep down into like the softer parts of the teeth and all of that. So he's just been exposed to certain things at a younger age, and I mean, we have the opportunity to do that now with the children that we bring into the world. But it's just a matter of, are we, and have we learned our lesson from our own, childhoods and what we was exposed to and not exposed to. And again, it's cultural, because as I was saying, it's probably like mainly black culture that deals with sea moss at a younger age, giving it to children in like black cultures, whereas like say in Mexico, what they would be having at younger age is like avocado.
True. I know my partner, he
and the guacamole in there. Is your partner from Mexico?
No, he's not from Mexico. He's from St. Lucia, but he feeds his kids Seamoss. They have it every day.
That's good. Yeah. That is brilliant. That is brilliant.
And
does he actually monitor them on that, or he's just giving them so it's keeping them healthy and all of that?
I think it keeps them healthy, but I noticed that what it does is it helps build a lot of confidence and a lot of like stamina and energy and stuff like that. Yeah.
With children.
Pardon?
It's good because it did you say you recognize that within the children?
Yeah, for sure. Within the children, they're more like aware of the world, and they're more like just intelligent. Like
that's
extremely
right.
Intelligent.
Because the children are that anyway, aren't they? It's only when we knock it out of them.
Yeah.
We're literally like, don't do this, don't do that, don't say this, don't say that. They literally just naturally read. So I would imagine how that sea moss would literally already enhance their own little qualities that they have as children. Yeah. I think it would just, better them. And plus, it really works in a family setting. Like with mother, the energy she gives off, with father, energy he gives off, and the children, the energy they give back to the parents.
That's true.
The energy I would imagine, the energy I would imagine coming back to children, from the children to the parents, is like angels, like little angels.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they're that anyway. And if their own little energy was enhanced, I can just imagine this Seamoss would enhance it in such a way where, you know, because it enhances us as adults.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine how we are feeling if children are literally just feeling,
Mm-hmm.
you know, happy on a day-to-day basis in themselves.
Yep.
You know, they're happy to see mother happy and happy to see them mother and daddy just, you know, in love, harmony, in love, emotions. That is just something where an environment where a child could thrive in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the Seamoss, I really believe it brings those qualities to everybody, and more so families. It enables people to be, as you said, with children more confident and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, parents want to see their children have confidence and everything.
Oh, definitely.
So Seamoss, yeah. So if the Seamoss works that way, it must be an overall enjoyment process for the whole family. If the whole family's taking Seamoss.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my partner, it's like he grew up on it, right? Hmm?
Yeah, come again?
I was saying with my partner, it's like he grew up on it himself. Like he, as a kid, he was taking it. Like his parents made him take it.
Oh, his parents was giving it to him.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Yes, that is brilliant. That's excellent. So he's basically aware of it from when he's a child. It's nothing new to him.
No.
He was literally consuming that as a child.
Yeah, all the time.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he makes the drinks too, and he's like one of the popular drink makers on the island. For all the drinks he makes. Yeah, he really does a really good job. So he's got a lot of experience in the Seamoss industry.
I've had to make an order. It was like in total it's costing nearly £500, and this is spices coming from organic companies in the UK and having it shipped over here. Mm-hmm. The shipping was like 170 something pound. It's 30 kilos.
Mm-hmm.
30 kilos of like dates and hemp seeds and cinnamon and mixed spice, cloves and nutmeg. Mm. All those things that I'm not getting because I literally just refuse to submit to this way of food in Jamaica. I just can't do it. Mm-hmm. So
why is it hard? It's hard to source those foods in Jamaica?
Say that again.
Are you saying that it's hard to source those kind of foods in Jamaica?
Yes, it's very hard. Mm-hmm. And when you do find it, it's triple the price.
Wow. Because you know these people want it.
Triple the price. And to me, I don't know how they get away with it. It's illegal.
But I wonder if they're like paying like what their actual cost is, you know? Mm-hmm. Like how much are they bringing in? How fast are they moving it? Sometimes I feel like these people that they don't bring enough in to sell at a price point that would make
because they don't do the business correctly.
Well, yeah, that's my point.
From the very get-go, when they're trying to bring in, they're not sourcing correctly. They're buying retail from America or getting it from Amazon or whatever. They're getting that retail prices to be pushing it in their shops at triple the price. Yeah. A bag of hemp seeds was just the bag of hemp seeds that are sold in America in any health store. I went on Amazon, they're £22 on Amazon. $22 on Amazon. This guy, I don't know, it's just extortion. I just couldn't get my head around it. He's selling 340 grams of hemp seed for the same price I buy a kilo of hemp seed organic. No. 340 grams for kilo price. Said, no, this cannot be working. It does not make one bit of sense.
But is that your price after you've landed it in Jamaica, or is that before you ship any of it?
The £14.
Yeah,
That's the price, right, that I'll buy in the UK. And even because what happened when I was coming, I purchased 2 kilos, £14 each. I put them in my cupboard, forgot to put them in my suitcase. They would have cost me nothing to bring them. But it would cost the cost price, which was retail at £14. And then because I forgot those, I went out looking for hemp seeds in Jamaica in a health store shop. And they were 3,000. Every 1,000 is just under £5. There were 3,115 Jamaican dollars. And for 340 mil. And what I'm getting is a kilo for £14. And I said, I can't do this. Just because I know. If I didn't know the price of hemp seed, I'd probably just be buying them every day, thinking that's the norm.
Yeah. But you know what the price goes for.
Yeah. So I was a bit like disappointed with how Jamaica is getting with the food side of things. Because it's all the real food, Jamaica's agriculture and all of that. A lot of beautiful trees, mangoes, the tropics, is tropical fruit. And most of the food that is being consumed is from America. You go into the shop, it's all Americanized. It's all Kraft, Grace, Maggie. All these brands that are like poisonous, basically.
All that MSG.
Yeah. In the seasonings. And then you mentioned Seamoss, and then when they tiptoe around it. So I'm like, okay, I've got my work cut out for me. So I know exactly the strategy that I'm going to approach while I'm in Jamaica to get the Seamoss back to the forefront, because the elders, they know about it.
Yeah.
These young guys now and the young girls and everything, you know, some of them are all sterile. They can't have kids. They can't do this. It's still the foods that they're eating. And basically, as I know myself, it's all about hands-on and just keep learning.
Yeah. That's it.
Because they had the knowledge of, you know, a little bit of Irish moss or Seamoss in their brains, and that they could make certain choices there. They wouldn't just be, you know, all up on the World Health Organization as a country that can't meet its targets for diabetes and obesity.
That's crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of bad health on some of these islands.
And every health issue, even a broken leg or whatever, Seamoss can deal with that.
True.
The Seamoss can deal with everything. It's magic. It's magic moss. That was the first pack I purchased from the Netherlands. It said magic moss. So I was like, what's so magic about this? And when I did it up and started using it on my skin, I could see what was magic about it. I was just like, wow. Blown out of this world. I was really taken back. Nothing can really get me like that, where, you know, I just go into it really hard. And it's just something where it took me by surprise of the effects of what it has on me personally. Yeah, so I was like, wow. I mean, basically, I had like, I've still got this like real bad skin issue. And it's like a serious form of like psoriasis. And it's more of, well, that's what they put it down as, but I just call it eczema. And what it was, they was giving all these medications and saying, oh, you're deficient in this, you're deficient D3 and everything. And I'm like, well, okay, if I'm deficient in that, deficient in everything. You can't just be deficient in iron and everything else is top. Yeah, so I was like back home with all these high count of vitamin D synthetic tablets. It was like 70,000 or 70 billion international units. I'm like, that's not going into my body, I'm sorry. But I just took it from the doctor and just did what I needed to do. And then I found Seamoss. And the results just altered.
Boom.
and since then, I've still got the issue with the skin now, but it's not as bad. And every minute I get the Seamoss gel all goes onto my arms, on my face, everywhere.
Yeah,
It's just something that you just got to incorporate.
it's really good for the eczema. Like that.
Yeah,
Like
the
you put it
skin
on top.
loves it.
Mhm.
Skin absolutely loves Seamoss. It's like when you put it on skin, it's like it was made for it. The minute it touches the
It
skin,
soothes. Yeah, it gets so cool and soothing.
yeah, especially when it's just out the fridge. I think it's better than aloe vera.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so too.
definitely better than aloe vera. And even when you put the two together, you know it's something else. It's boosted the aloe vera, and the aloe vera boosted the moss.
For sure.
Overall, amazing product. Imagine, as John Lennon would say, imagine there's no Seamoss.
Yeah.
Imagine there was never Seamoss, and the people are just like looking, because that's what it is. People have been looking for something, and the Seamoss comes to them.
Yeah, it's right there,
Yeah.
and they just expect it to be easy to be found.
Yes. So, I thought what it would be like if there wasn't no Seamoss. It would like what would we actually be? Because I know the herbs would get a slight looking if the Seamoss wasn't really being used. And would you just a question? Would you say, because what I get is they all mention Dr. Sebi because they think that Dr. Sebi is at the forefront of the Seamoss thing. And I don't know if that's just from the information that the people are holding to know that, and to even say that Dr. Sebi is at the forefront of all the Seamoss thing. Dr. Sebi is about me and you and other people that are, involved and taking Seamoss. He's a human being, and it's not like, because Dr. Sebi has never written one book.
No.
But you see all these books about Dr. Sebi and Dr. Sebi this, Dr. Sebi that. He's never written one book himself. So where's all these books come from? With Dr. Sebi's face on it. He's being used as a marketing tool in such a way where people are writing these books, calling it alkaline this, alkaline that, because this is what he represented, like what he was doing for himself.
Yeah.
He was doing these things for himself and just helping people because he helped himself. And now people are just kind of like using everything of Dr. Sebi to push through their brand.
Yeah.
Or their Seamoss, he would say, Dr. Sebi approved.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes that's, I don't know, like, it's a touchy subject. I mean, because that's how some people know their product, or like that's what they've learned, right? But I feel like at some point you need to go beyond what you've seen, or you know what I mean. Like you need to go on a quest, I guess, or not a quest, but you know what I'm saying. Like you have to put some invest some time into understanding everything you can about your product, more than just what someone has talked about, how many minerals and stuff. You need to verify the information.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Because some things that Dr. Sebi does, I mean, even though he's done his research and he's come up with what he's come, because all he was doing was sharing it with the people that were around him, and then more people came, so more people started listening to him. But what I found with Dr. Sebi is that, I mean, there are certain foods that I consume that he would say are not food and that you shouldn't consume them. For instance, beetroot.
Yeah.
Beetroot and carrots. Beetroot and carrots I know to be when they put together with apple, has to be apple, beetroot and carrot, ABC. And those three, that combination, you now create a probiotic. So that food in your system, when you eat that before anything, it will help the rest of the food break down in your body. Actually, sorry, a prebiotic. It works as a prebiotic. You literally combine certain foods and you make prebiotic food. So with those foods that he was mentioning, they're kind of necessary in a lot of people's diets and, juicing diets and all of that type of thing. Like carrots, celery, beets. Those are like foods that a lot of people use to lose weight because of basically the enzymes, and they carry a lot of water content.
I loved eating carrots as a kid. Like, I remember growing up eating it, and I felt like it was like helping to improve my eyesight because I've always had great eyesight.
And but it really does, though.
Yeah,
it really does. It literally does help with the eyes. I mean, they use that in the I can't remember if it was the British or the American, when they says that they defeated the opposition because they was eating carrots. They could see them in the dark, right? But it was something that they did in that sense. But at that time, I mean, I don't think they literally knew that the carrots could literally help you see in the dark, the components that are in them. But it literally does help the eyes. What is in carrots, it brings back the, what do you call it? Like the good bacteria. There's bacteria around our eyes that we need around the eyes. A certain bacteria around the nose, the mouth, different bacteria that is needed. And that bacteria around the eyes, it enables that to be more of, because when that bacteria around your eyes is less, that's when you start getting conjunctivitis and all of that type of stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because of that friendly bacteria. That friendly bacteria, especially around the eye. That's why, like, you're not really supposed to rub your eyes, like, especially like your fingers and stuff like that, and disturb. It's like with people wearing contact lenses. They usually have less of that bacteria around there and get a lot of eye infections because they're always in their eyes with their contacts. Their hands are supposed to be 100% clean when changing contact lenses. But yeah, I'm really aware of that bacteria around the eyes. So what do? Seamoss. Yeah. Seamoss goes in my eyes all the time. Even when I close my eyes on the eyelid. Yeah, because I had literally this like eczema issue. It literally gets in all your hair follicles and all the creases, any little crease on your body, all there. And this got into my eyebrows. All of my eyebrows had fallen out.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that must have been tough.
Literally just fallen out because it was so itchy and I was scratching it and damaged the follicle, And the next thing, it's like, wow, I can't do this, I can't do that, I can't go that. So what I started doing was putting the Seamoss gel all over my eyebrow. I would do like all of the eyebrow, and then all of the face.
Yeah.
I had the skin problem all with on my ears, the back of my ears. It was so bad, honestly. If you see the pictures, you would not believe that there was no pharmaceutical used and no doctor interaction. Well, I would go to the doctor to get the blood tests to see like if there's any staph or whatever in the blood or deficiencies of the irons and all of that type of stuff. So I'll get the blood test so I can monitor myself.
Yeah.
And then with the actual Seamoss going onto the skin, over the eyes and everything, I would say it was around about a year later, it all started coming back through. The edge took off it, and because this condition is more of a mental thing as well. If your state of mind is not really
like your stress, it almost triggers it.
That's right. That's exactly right, and that's what it does. And so the Seamoss, because the Seamoss deals with mental health, it just the Seamoss, it was like what I needed, and it's like any condition, no matter what it is that anybody's going through, the Seamoss helps. Whether it's taken orally or put on topically, it literally helps. it combats every single thing, which, you know, fatigue. Try combating fatigue in a lot of people. It's like, that's not happening, because once you're fatigued, there's a lot going on, hormones, iron, this and that, and to like really put your finger on top of what is causing the fatigue is very hard.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
a number of things.
Yeah, and especially if people are vegan or vegetarian, and you know they're not getting it from their food and stuff. So when they're fatigued, they probably just think, "Oh, it's because I'm not eating," but they don't know they're deficient in iron. And the Seamoss is full of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally full of what we literally need.
Yeah.
So for me and this skin issue, I know that what I was doing before the actual skin issue would come up to what I'm doing now, I knew it all played part. And what was missing then, what was missing was the Seamoss. Because the Seamoss, once you've been having that Seamoss at a younger age, I think you should consume it all throughout. It shouldn't stop.
No.
Even if it's just one glass of Seamoss drink a day, or Seamoss capsules or jellies or whatever, there has to be a constant flow of the Seamoss going through the body and the blood.
Mm-hmm.
Just so it really keeps everything at bay, because I don't think people understand that once you've been using Seamoss and you're using it, there's certain parts of the body where certain things take ages to reach, to get to. It's like certain things end up right at the tip of your eyelash. You know, certain things you put in the body can end up right at the tip of the eyelash, and for it to get to there, it's gone through a lot already through the body.
Yeah.
For it to get to where it needs to get to. So once your levels of the Seamoss is in the body from using it continually, and you can feel that it's working for here, it's getting there, it's here, there, and everywhere. When you start coming off it and like, or underdosing and everything, you know, it takes quite a while for it to get back into those places when you start using it again. That's why really, for me, like my clients like to say to them, take as much as you want. Even though on my jars there's a suggestion, it says take 2 tablespoons a day. Yeah, like the Moscow would suggest taking 2 tablespoons a day, but that's a suggestion. When it comes down to the person literally knowing when their body's talking to them, they will know if they've had too much Seamoss, and they will know if they've not had enough.
Yeah.
And that only comes when you're aware of your own body. You listen to your body.
That's true. No.
And a lot of people don't. They don't listen to their own body, and they take this Seamoss and they're expecting miracles.
No, I always say start off slow and then work your way up.
Yes,
you know?
that's right. And I say to them, you will get miracles. I say you will get the miracles from it, but you have to be consistent with it. You can't just be 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
No.
You know, you're either in or you're out. You know, it really doesn't make no sense to literally be in. Yes, the Seamoss is this and Seamoss that. When the person realizes that Seamoss is literally done what it's done for them, the Seamoss literally puts you to work. The Seamoss is your boss.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the Seamoss will put you to work. Reason being, you want to, because of what you got from that product, you literally want everyone to be that way. And I think that's what the Seamoss does. It's kind of like it's got its own intelligence.
Yeah.
I mean, all these people that are Seamoss and everything, yeah. I don't think they know that the Seamoss is their boss. It's the Seamoss that put them to work. They didn't say, "Oh, I'm gonna do this for them." It's the Moss. The Moss has done that.
Got them all fired up.
Yeah, the Moss enables them to literally get the energy to do that business. The Moss gets them the information because of their own experience to share with others. If they wasn't using the Moss, they wouldn't be able to share that information because they'll be talking about something they don't know. And I've always said this actual Seamoss is allowing the people to literally do what they want to do in their life.
Well, yeah. It's changing a lot of people's lives.
Yeah. because we've all got that anyway. We're able to do what we've got to do in our life. We can create whatever. But don't you just find that a lot of people are stagnant and they're not able to push forward? They're stuck in jobs they don't like. They're doing this, they're doing that. It's like, then why do if you don't like it? Do something that you do like doing.
True.
You know, when I say to people, I could get up in the morning and make Seamoss gel and still not get paid for it because I love doing it. I literally love doing everything about this job. And even so, it's not even a job, it's just a lifestyle. It's what you're doing and you're getting paid for something you love doing. And that's the way I see it, because even in my own job as a chef, I would not get up and go into a commercial kitchen and not get paid. If my wages wasn't paid at the end of the week, I wouldn't say, "Oh, it's all right." You know, it would be.
No, eventually, you know.
Yeah,
you need to collect your money.
I love my job. You know, but like with this now, I can literally make these gels, get on my bike, and go and give it to somebody and say, "Enjoy this. Hope it works for you." Well, not hope it works. It's going to work. Enjoy the produce and let me know. Give me some feedback.
How you
felt about it. You know, if they want to pay for it, but because it's coming as a sample, when they're paying for it, the price is already set. They know what they're paying for. You see, and that's them entering into that. But you know, I can easily well just give it out as to people to try, knowing that person will enjoy it. And literally, because that's how I've got some of my clients anyway. A lot of them is people that I know already. Some of them is kind of like, you know, them finding out that they like your product, so they just come back for it. Because it's a no, you know, it's not as if people wouldn't. I mean, there's been a few, but I think those few, because it makes me think, why aren't they coming back? Because you know yourself, when it's good, it's good. And if that shop down the road is selling the most of this because they've got the best quality and everything, and everybody's going every day, big turnover, they will keep doing that. They're not going to change the wheel on the bike if it's not broken.
True.
You know, so when it's good, it's good. So with that in mind, it makes me think, then why aren't these people coming back after they've tried it? There's a lot going on with that person. It then becomes a personal thing, because once anybody understands what Seamoss does for them, they want more of it.
True.
You know, they always want more of what is benefiting them and what is making them feel good. It's just like people go on holiday, they want to be on holiday all the time. You know, they just want that feel good factor. So it always makes me wonder why some people can't feel or see the benefit of the Seamoss. Even if they put the whole jar, they're not feeling anything, as they say. But for me, in my mind, I think, well, it's impossible for you not to feel anything from what you've taken in your body. And then the way I would think is that it's their own mindset that is not allowing them to even feel anything. Because it's not. Well, I don't think it's right that you can take Seamoss gel and not feel nothing. You know? Yeah. Because how could it be possible when you've just taken in all those nutrients and enzymes and everything? It's going to alter your body.
Well, definitely in the beginning, I'm surprised when they say they don't feel it, because I think right away it's sort of like the first couple of times you take it, that's like your start from scratch. You know what I mean?
Yep,
but
right.
It could be quite possible that those people, for whatever reason, have enough nutrients and vitamins, and that the Seamoss is not giving them enough to create a profound effect over that.
True. It always makes you wonder, and then it possibly could be what they've already consumed on a long-term basis as food-wise. Because as we know, there's a lot of foods that are blocking nutrients getting into the blood. So it literally probably could have that effect just by speaking with and knowing that like certain foods that some people are eating, stopping nutrients entering to their bloodstream. what I'm thinking, like, and there's those foods that help the nutrients get into the bloodstream, because all fruits do that.
Mm-hmm.
All fruit help the nutrients get into the blood because of the fiber. The fiber has to be there, and all fruits are full of fiber. Not just the actual plant, like plants, like the fibers and everything that, like with the herbs, certain herbs and everything which aid the body to do what the body is expected to do. And what I've found as well is, like, because Jamaica use a lot of herbs.
Yeah.
And they feel and think that the herbs, even though they know that the herbs are the healing of the nation, but what I say, the herbs only aid the body. It's the body that is healing itself. The herbs are only aiding it, and herbs don't bring in nutrition. Herbs is not nutrition. There's a big difference to nutrition and herbal medicine.
Yeah.
Nutrition is nutrition, and herbs are herbs. They all have their place, but herbs are not doing what nutrition does, and nutrition is not doing what herbs do. And that's the confusion as well. Even though there's confusion over moss, there's confusion over the herbal side of things in Ireland. Which, because I'm fully aware, I mean, I've read herbal books, herbal remedies, Chinese medicines, and all of that type of stuff. Even, when dealing with, like, the flower parts of the herbs and the barks, and, like, certain, the flowers are gonna not need too much heat, whereas the barks, they need to, like, simmer for them to be, like, for it to be, like, extracted and all of that type of stuff. But it's quite amazing when you literally listen to information that people have gotten. It's like, where did you get that from? It's like, so where did that come from then?
Yes.
Because it's not if we don't have access to the factual evidence, that is actually out there that we can all access at the touch of a button. But it's kind of like people just like to come up with whatever they feel is the actual.
Yeah, it's something I have to complain a lot. Like, I feel like too many times people sit there and state their opinion and make it like it's their opinion's fact. Oh, well, because of this and that. And it's like, when you really probe them, like, well, where did you read this? Oh, I didn't read this. That's just what I think. Well, like, then you're not qualified. No one here is really qualified. Let's be real. Not even myself is qualified to be some kind of Seamoss expert. You know what I mean?
You're qualified in your own right from your own experiences.
Yeah.
Yes, and from what you've known, but it's kind of those ones that can speak of it. I think they're more in tuned with their body, because otherwise they wouldn't be saying what they're saying. Some of them are saying what they're saying where it's just garbage, and it's not even worth like a listen to or to engage yourself with it, because you could be using your time engaging with a piece of material that is going to give you factual evidence.
Yeah.
So when you're ready now to deliver what you come over with, including like with your own experience, you can literally know that how you was affected by what I will say Seamoss, how you was affected by Seamoss, how it worked for yourself is a fact. You can literally put it through there because you've got your own experiences and you've got factual evidence. It's not something that's just made up.
No.
Because a lot of people as well, they go by how Dr. Sebi has been feeling. Because they would say, does the Seamoss do this? Does it does that? I've heard that Dr. Sebi, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, that's Dr. Sebi's path. That's his journey. He just shared his journey with all of us.
Yeah.
God, it was just a matter that he's a man that knew he had to share his story.
And a lot of the information he had was not like current. Like, it was like he was doing this years ago, pre like internet and stuff.
That's
Like,
correct.
so it's like he did the best he could to his abilities, like that what he
That's,
had with him. He's not here to fix things,
yes, that's correct. That's exactly correct.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't look at, like, for instance, one of my friends, he's like pretty new to, well, he's my client who, when he was new to it, he just took to it like nobody's business. I was like, wow, I was like, wow, I've never seen anybody where the Seamoss has just literally lifted them off the ground, just totally just lifted them.
Yeah.
And where people around them, they notice the difference on him and his work, his performance at work, and his ability to focus on things. Because he was all over the place eating mouthfuls of Skittles, mouthful of Skittles and all these stuff and chocolate bars in the back of his car and everything. I'm like, that's how you're eating? I said, mate, you have to change.
Yeah.
I introduced him to the Seamoss and he just literally took to it. Like, he's my best client. He buys the most.
Yeah.
And he's 24 and he's European, and then it's harder for me to put the benefits of the Seamoss over to like people in my own culture than it is to people out of the culture, where I'd imagine like they would be more aware of it in my culture, but they're not, because it only went to a certain generation. After a certain generation, that industry, well, I won't even say industry, because it wasn't an industry. It was just people using it to better their life, to combat their high blood pressure, to reduce the effects of their diabetes. That's what they was using it for. It wasn't like as if they was just doing it for, whereas the other people were using it for whatever they're using it for. But as I've seen in my culture, it was mainly used for inflammation, to control diabetes and blood. And that's mainly what they know about the moss, the Irish moss. But as I says, my friend, even today, I'm getting phone calls from him. He's like on this spiritual thing now, and I'm like, wow. He's literally, getting into his work easier. He's creating more for himself. He was literally getting up and going to work. And I'm literally guiding him and saying, you are going to get pissed off with what you're doing. Yeah. Because it's not on your path. You're not in line with where you want to go with your goals. That job does not bring you closer to your goals. That job does not actually help you to help anybody else.
It causes more confusion than solving.
That's right. You get up early in the morning to go to a place that is not benefiting you. It's benefiting the other people, but you are not benefiting from it. You're just a pawn. You're just a pawn being pushed from here, there. And then one day he broke at work. He's construction, he kicked the JCB window out of the digger or something.
Oh, shit.
He said he ended up flying out of the thing and he hit the guy on the head. The guy that he was having like disturbing conversations with, he hit him on the head. Oh, shit. He landed on the right person then, and then he just walked out. He went home, he called me. I said, why did you do that? Yeah. Because I was listening to what you say. This is what he said. I was listening to what you told me, because that's what I said. You're not in line. I said, once you're using Seamoss, it literally puts you in the position that you are supposed to be. There's no dilly-dallying. You just know where you are supposed to be and where you're not supposed to be. Because if it doesn't help you with your mission that you've put yourself on, you're going to feel, not yourself. You're not going to feel up there. You're not going to have even the energy to want to just get up and continue. You probably procrastinate along the way to start what you need to start.
Oh, that's deadly procrastination. Yeah. That's the worst.
Yes, tell me.
When procrastination sets in, that's what I struggle a lot with.
Yeah. Definitely.
I think
Definitely.
my biggest problems is not only procrastination, but staying on, like, you come up with all these amazing ideas, and
Yep.
you know what I mean? You're all over the
Yep.
place, and not have like a proper structure or plan to follow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what I've learned and what I've picked up as well is with the Seamoss. Seamoss doesn't allow procrastination. It will come up there because we're only human and we've been procrastinating for a long time.
Yeah.
Fine with the Seamoss, it's just like, yeah, that idea, and you can just like you know if you're gonna just like bam, just get onto it and like run with it, or you're gonna sit with it and think,
Yeah.
oh, I've done this too long. I should just like put it out there. It's like me with this event that I was going to do, because I spoke it. It's now, because if I didn't speak it and say that's what I was going to do, because up until then it's just in my head, and it's the plans that are there in the head is something that I'm going to do anyway. But just speaking, doing it, what I realised, it allows you to literally start it, to get up and push it forward. And what I realised as well, not using the Seamoss and not thinking in a way where you've got more clarity and you can put all your ideas into action. You know, without the Seamoss, I don't think that's possible, because you're just there anyway, fatigued and what do you call it, depleted of nutrition. You know, and for the brain to be thinking those thoughts where you know it's in line with your goals, you need the actual pineal gland to be free of plaque and all of that.
True.
Because your pineal gland does not even allow you to have internal visions, you know, if it's all plaqued up. When the Seamoss gets in the body, it's just about cleaning up your pineal gland. And then that's why I've heard a lot of people talk about how their dreams are more vivid and stuff like that.
I believe
it. And it's feeding the brain, the omega, that the brain has always been deficient in. That's why they recognize that they've literally like, wow, I can literally think better. I've got more clarity in the brain. It's because the omega that is in the actual Seamoss.
I didn't know about the omega.
Say that again, sorry?
I didn't know about the omegas.
Yeah, that's there. That's there. Because you would never think it's got the oil in them. And it's quite strange, even when I found out that the omega from that, that's why the brain functions in a way, because the brain feeds off fat. And that's why when you smoke marijuana, it goes to the brain, because once you light it up, marijuana loves fat. That's why it just goes, the weed makes you high, because the fat content in the brain, the marijuana psychoactive part of it,
it connects with the
fat. And with the Seamoss now, that's when you take Seamoss, you're on a high. You are literally high. It's like you don't want to come down. You could be like up there, giving talks and this and that, and going from one place to the next, and you've got the energy to do it. Yeah. And without that Seamoss, you would not be able to do that. You wouldn't be able, because I've noticed a lot of things that I've done while I'm on Seamoss, and I've purposely took it to go and do that chore. I purposely take Seamoss to sit in front of my computer, you know, and carry out work on my laptop. Purposely taking Seamoss before I sit down in front of my laptop. Purposely take it before I go out on my bike, knowing that it's going to help with the activity. It's just overall amazing. But yeah, like I was saying with the event, a lot more things have come up along the way that has enabled me just by talking it. It's like you literally bring it into reality. It's kind of like literally where I'm staying. The actual lady, I spoke with a lady about Seamoss and everything, because she's actually using it now, and she's noticing certain changes, products that I've made, and she deals with like white labels. So she's asked me to come across with this because the person that she actually knows runs a spa in one of the big hotel groups. You must have heard of Iberostar.
No, never heard of her.
They're in the Caribbean and they're running like their business here. It's a multi-billion company. They're Spanish.
Mhm.
And because I made this product for her hair and it worked, obviously it will do because it's Seamoss.
Yeah,
Seamoss ain't failing anybody. Seamoss doesn't fail. That's why when you do products from that, it does the job. So she put it to this guy who's looking for new products for the spa. Just so happens, I mean, everything just is in place at the right time. So it just so happens to be, this product now going as a white label into that company from my company, but it's not going to be my logo and everything because it's white label. So it's more recognition for the Seamoss brand itself, but just the Seamoss itself.
Yeah, just the Seamoss industry.
Yeah, to be in those places.
Yeah.
Because even like some of them probably don't even realize that they're already using seaweed extracts in some of their products that they're using in spas. And in other industries where it's not even recognized that it's there. But it's nice to know and good to know that it can end up in places where you never thought it would. Yeah. And how it gets in there is just out of this world. I'm really, everywhere that I look, it's like, how can I get the Seamoss in there?
Just try it. There's so many untapped markets.
That's right.
That's the like, not the issue, but it's like if we're all spending too much time trying to convert the people making the gel when there's guys that could be making hair products, popsicles, freezies, juices, drinks. Like there's just this, it's endless.
I've focused on because my whole concept is reducing diabetes. The Bosco is about reducing diabetes, and mainly with children. So mine as well was like the adults with diabetes. I specialize in like a foot massage with the moss. The diabetics, because I use it on my feet anyway, and I benefit from it. So I know that the diabetics would, because they have bad circulation in their feet, and that their feet are their number one issue for a diabetic. My brother-in-law had this little pimple come up on his foot. My sister rushed him into hospital. Next thing you know, after 2 weeks, dead.
Oh shit!
Yeah, within that time, they wanted to amputate his feet.
Oh wow!
No, so they pumped him with these drugs, and this little on his foot got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then he died in the hospital.
Wow. Hospitals can be dangerous too once you get in there, because it's like there's so much like viruses and stuff. If the hospital's not have proper protocols, it can be problematic.
That's right. Very problematic.
And
it's like, even when you're in these hospitals and you see how they're literally doing their cleaning. I mean, I don't know if you ever noticed, but I've always said, like, in the waiting area, you always see, I always think, me personally, because this is what I see. I don't know if it's just, but it's in my mind, so that's what I get to see. It's always a black person doing the mopping in the, where people are waiting to, be seen. But I'm always looking at the person mopping, and what I see is all they're doing is spreading that bacteria from there to there, from there to there,
one side
with the water in the mop. And then they're wiping down these handrails, right? And all they're doing is just spreading it all down the handrail. It's just crazy. Their whole, approach to the healthcare in the hospitals, it starts from when you enter the hospital. The moment you enter there, you're now exposed to a lot of bacteria and viruses and all of that, even before you've been seen.
Yeah. You have to be
But you enter
careful.
the hospital with, like, you know, whatever condition, and you're weakened. You're now weakened, so your immune system's easy to pick up anything after it's already been weakened from what you've come in the hospital with. So now you're there,
Yeah.
you're more something from the hospital, you know, whereas like the Seamoss, if you take a Seamoss, you don't end up in the hospital. And if you do, it's not something as severe because the Seamoss is dealing with whatever issue was there. And even if the people didn't even know the issue was there, Seamoss has dealt with it.
Mm.
People in, I think it was where I read it was Asia.
Yeah.
Where it did autopsies on like a lot of the men, right? They found that they literally had prostate cancer. But
Really?
it wasn't an issue through their life.
Because of the seaweeds that they were eating?
Yeah, the foods they were consuming.
Mitigated that stuff. I can see that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Keep it under control and stuff like that because of the
Yeah.
enzymes and the proteins and stuff like that.
That's right. And also what they were saying as well, and it's mainly with black men because of the prostate cancer and all of that. Because, you know, they have a lot of children, so they're always ejaculating, basically. So every time you ejaculate, you're shooting out all of those minerals and enzymes, because that's what is there. So you make the prostate deficient. The prostate literally gets deficient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's when the
starve it.
cancer comes in. There's no protection there. There's none of this. It's just being. Imagine you're got your foot down on the pedal in your car. You're just driving at your car all the time. You know, it's going to burn out sometime. You know, you're not putting in oil at the right time. You're not, you know, this happens unexpectedly. That's when, you know, they meet a girl and it just happens unexpectedly. You know, but things like that, it's kind of like, that's where the dangers are, where a lot of the guys don't know the issues concerning the prostate. So when Seamoss now is in the system, that just regulates everything.
Yeah.
It actually regulates the condition of the actual sperm itself. You know, the environment that the sperm is in, it thrives. It makes the sperm thrive in the environment, in the actual liquid it's carried in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Nice.
and it powers the actual, when it needs to like literally come out, it powers it so it can reach the egg instead of it just being at the forefront of, like, you know, where it's getting to, and then it's struggling to get where it's like deficient.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dead. It doesn't literally make it to the egg.
Yeah.
You know, so that whole journey for
death.
that sperm was like, is that it?
Oh shit.
He's just weakened out and he can't do his job when he gets into that environment. He can't get to the egg because he's got no energy behind him. The little sperm is just, his tail ain't wiggling.
There's no life force or whatever.
Yeah, the tail is weak. And that's where using Seamoss, that's why when even girls, when they use Seamoss, some of them have said they've never got pregnant and then they get pregnant.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because it's all the zinc and the iron and magnesium. And
it sets that environment for everything, for the sexual organs, for the brain, for when everything in the body is at optimal, working at its optimum level.
Yeah.
That's when the whole body can perform and do what it's supposed to do. It's like, if you're going to have sex, you're going to have children. No doubt about it.
Yeah, you got to be real careful.
Yeah, better be careful when you're on that Seamoss. If you don't have children, you're having them.
Yes, that's for sure.
You're having them because it's just setting the environment for everybody, for the newborn before it's even born. The Seamoss has set the woman's womb, put all the right microbiome back down there, the flora down there for her. Yeah. Everything, even the womb, the lining of the womb, that wall, a lot of women, it's depleted down there. Yeah, and they get these issues and everything, and then they get a lot of serious problems.
Is that like where they get their cramping and all that kind of stuff from? Like,
Yeah, and then some women have this really bad problem with the smell.
oh shit, I don't
As
want to
we
get
know
in
here,
that.
they call it like that fish, yeah?
Yeah, vaginosis or whatever they call
Yeah.
it. I don't want to
And that's
discuss
what
it.
it is. It's lacking in that flora.
Yeah.
There's an imbalance in the flora.
Mm-hmm.
And what I found with vegan girls, because what I do know as well is non-vegan girls, it's like when they actually go to the toilet and the actual bacteria.
Mm.
That's why girls are supposed to like wipe backwards, not towards their vagina, because they're bringing the bacteria into that area.
Which is not good. Yeah.
That's right. And I don't know if you heard of Dr. Gregory, Gregory, can't remember his second name.
No.
Dr. Greg. Yeah, he's a nutritional doctor. He works and prescribes food as medicine and all of that. He's got a book out called How Not to Die. So he speaks about the bacteria that is, especially with women. I don't know why, but for the women with the chicken, and when they poop, it's the bacteria from the chicken, right?
Yeah.
That is in poop that gets into their vagina, which cause a lot of problems. What I've heard from vegan girls is that when they were eating meat, they had a lot of discharge and the smells and all of that. And when they had stopped, and what most of them do, they use the coconut oil, and they use the coconut oil in and around their vagina, and it brings back their flora down there. It helps because it's antifungal, the coconut oil. So is the Seamoss. Even better if they blend the Seamoss with coconut oil and use it that way topically. But what vegan girls do, they take warm coconut oil and dip tampon into the warm coconut oil and insert it. And then what I'm telling them to do now is use the warm Seamoss gel before you've actually put it in your jars to make the gel. While it's still there as warm, use it that way. Dip that into your tampon and shove it to where the sun don't shine. But yeah, I mean, because if the coconut oil is doing what it does for the girls, right, I advise them now, use the Seamoss instead of the coconut oil. The reason being that Seamoss is going to absorb into their vaginal wall anyway. It's water-based. And that's the whole thing about it being like the filtered water, the clean waters as well, because even all of that can cause them irritation down there. They're just using a certain water with the Seamoss, even though it's a good Seamoss and everything, but the water plays a big part.
Yes.
Yeah, the water really plays a big part when making these gels and how it gels up and the texture of it and how it looks and all of this. You ever seen some of the gels where it's all bubbly?
No, when it's not bubbly. But usually I figure if it is, it's just because they were whisking it or something and then it had air bubbles.
Yes, that's right. And what I found is when it's blended, like high-powered blenders, they blend it up and then they tip it straight into the jars. And what I've been doing, because you can literally see the bubbles in, and sometimes it's like when it's set, it sets with the bubbles, and that's all air, trapped air in the food. And what I've found, which makes it easier and better when you can not get all of that air, is literally when it's made, you don't pour it until you make it sit, just leave it until all that foam comes down, because that foam is the oxygen that is going into the produce. And when the oxygen is in there, it's just like with what you call it when it's whisked up and the oxygen gets, when you do juicing through those centrifuge juicers,
think so. Where they spin around and then
Yes, that one
Mm.
that goes, you push the cucumbers,
Mhm.
and it's spinning. The air, and because you know when you juice and you see all that froth,
Yeah.
that's the oxygen getting in, making that froth. And it's the same with the juice. And the juice, I mean the gels have been blended, and the oxygen is getting in. So when it's poured out into glasses, now those air bubbles are still inside.
Mhm.
And what I understand is that when there's air in food, it's like when you do sauerkraut, you have to pack it so there's no air,
Mhm.
because the air's got the bacteria in there. Whatever's in the air will be in that air bubble
Yeah.
with the bacteria. So when you close that lid now and that bacteria is still in there, can affect the produce, especially with sauerkraut, because it's all about the lactobacillus that is being produced in the sauerkraut, and it's just air bubbles, trapped air with bacteria. It will affect fermentation process in the sauerkraut. That's why they pack it tight and get rid of all air bubbles. So with the Seamoss, I found that you blend it, pour it out of the blender into another container, and just leave it. And then just not long before it starts to type of gel, where it's still got that pouring consistency,
Mhm.
pour it out then when that blending thing has stopped, because that is really living food. It's alive food. You can literally see come to life. You blend it, and it's got a lot of life in there, because basically you've just broken down the whole cellular wall and exposed it. You've literally exposed what is in the actual produce by blending it and chopping it up and all of that. Now it's released all its enzymes, all of this, everything into the water, and you pour it out, and it's like it's fizzy. There's like a fizz to it.
Mhm.
Yes, it's like there's a fizz to it. So what I've found is just to leave it, just let it settle, let that fizz stop, let the oxygen bubbles rise up, and then start pouring it out into the jars. And then you get
Is
like
that fizz like from the ferment? Like, does it like fermenting at all? Maybe. Like,
the Seamoss.
what's causing the fizz? Do you think?
No, because I think it's the actual. Have you ever, red currant?
Not too
Red
much.
currants that you get like on, it's like a bush, but you get loads of red currants on one stem.
Mhm.
Like black currant,
Mhm.
but the red currant, if you blend, because those red currants are a lot of electricity in there.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, there's a lot, and when you blend those, it turns to fizz. I've ridden my bike with Seamoss and the red currant, and I didn't finish it by the time I got home. And honestly, I could not believe what happened. I'd the bottle that I got. If I was looking over the bottle as I opened it, I would have caused some damage to my face. Put it that way. The amount of pressure that was built up in that bottle from riding it, and it's shaking up and down.
Mhm.
I opened the lid and I put the lid away from my face. I just automatically did that, and it was like an explosion, a massive explosion, and the lid just shut off. I can't find it till this present day.
Yeah.
I had to buy a whole new bottle just to get the lid.
Oh wow.
Yeah, in there was Seamoss and red currant blended, and it caused so much pressure. And because of the acid, the gas, it's a lot of like gas coming off from the actual blending of those two foods.
Mhm.
Because if it was just the Seamoss on its own, that would not have happened. Blending the actual red currant with the Seamoss as my drink to take out caused all this build-up in that bottle, which was like a bomb. Honestly,
Yeah, I think it was like the sugars. It was like sort of like it's like kind of like making kombucha or something like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it was. And that's from blending, because if you was just to like press those currants, that come with that effect. There's an effect because you're incorporating oxygen in your blending. You're bringing a lot of oxygen because you've actually got those blending machines where you suck the vacuum out of it. There's like a little thing you put on top of the blender and it sucks out all the air, and then you blend. And it doesn't get all of this like foam and everything in the drink. The new machines that the Japanese, I think Koreans actually, the Koreans make all these really top of the range machines when it comes to like juices and blenders. They brought forward that machine where they suck out all of the gas in the actual blender before you start blending, which has a different effect on the food because it doesn't oxidize the food. And that's what I see with the Seamoss. With those bubbles, it must be doing that. Have you heard of anybody having problems with mold?
Oh yeah, lots of times people have problems with mold and their
With the gel?
Seamoss. Yeah, especially if they don't boil it.
Yep. Well, no, I would say no, because I've always boiled mine, and then I started getting a problem with the mold. And it was quite strange because it was only one batch of the Seamoss. I was getting the Seamoss the same. Then I was doing retail. I was just buying it as a bag. I was buying like 10 bags at retail price. And I was making them up, and I did not know what it was. And then I just thought back to being in like the commercial kitchens and bringing hot food down to a cool temperature within a certain time. Whereas Seamoss, when it's being cooked, because it's hot, you can't put it in the fridge anyway. Damage the fridge full stop. So when it's being done, it has to be done at cooling points. And some people probably think, oh, if it's too hot to put it in the glass is going to smash and all of that. So they cool it down that little bit more so it can go in the glass. And what I know, in the commercial kitchens, if you cook a big pot of rice, and you need to cool that rice down, right? A lot of chefs, what they used to do, it's been banned now in every kitchen because it's a dangerous procedure that they're carrying out. They used to fill the big sinks with water and ice cubes, and then when the rice is cooked in the pot, they would put the whole pot in the sink with the ice cubes and everything. And what was happening there, the outside of the pot where the water is touching, and then the inside of the pot where it's getting cool, the rice would start to cool down from the perimeter, from the outside layer of the rice that is touching the pan. So as you come further into the middle of the rice, it's like from the outside it's cold, then warm, and then it's getting hot until the middle, because there's no way that ice and water can penetrate the middle of that big pan of rice. So what would happen, those temperatures is the ideal temperature for spores to grow in the rice. And what the rice does, it grows like a coating, like a shield, like a coat. And in there now, not even heat can penetrate it. So that rice now is just a bowl of food poisoning. It's produced spores, and if the rice is warm, it's at a temperature where rice should not be held. And that's what was happening. So what they came with, I don't know if you heard of a blast chiller.
Yep.
Oh yeah. So that's what I was thinking of getting, because I had one issue with the Seamoss where people were saying it was moldy, going moldy. And I'm like, then how could that be? I thought of the whiskey, the blending with the bubbles, the oxygen and all of that. And I found the solution for that. And then that didn't happen again until I made my own. And I'd leftover, because I used to put my own that I'm consuming in a big Pyrex dish, a seafood glass bowl. And what happened, there was some left over, so I put it in the jar, put the lid on it, and I think it's the lid. When you put the lid on the Seamoss, it can't breathe basically, and the gap in between the top of the sea moss and the lid, there's a lot of air and oxygen and all of that. I think that's was what my issue was, that they're not cooled down enough before you put lids on and into the fridge. And because it's impossible to get them at that temperature to go into the fridge, I'll just leave them on the side. So I decided that I'm going to invest in the blast chiller, so they can go in hot, and from when it comes out, it's a gel.
Yeah,
it literally will gel it up within like 10 minutes. From hot to cold gel. And what I knew, I thought the cooling down process is what is causing the mold.
It might be like cooling down to either too long or too slow, fast.
It's not cooling down quick enough. And what I found is that the 380 ml jars, I mean the smaller jars, 240, was not doing that. It's the bigger the jar, probably if it was wider, like a fat jar, not like a straight up jar, because it's harder for that moss in the middle to get cooler. So when you put that in the fridge now, it's still got a warm temperature. And I think because even like as you're saying, it's probably not because they're not cooking it, but mine's always cooked. And then what I found, like with the raw, because I've only did raw a few times, and then decided that's not for me. Yeah, and it doesn't work in my system. So I just stuck with cooking. I'm a chef, so I cook.
Yeah, you like to cook.
Yeah, so I cooked the actual sea moss. Even learning about seaweed, we had people come to the university to give talks about seaweed, and after when I joined the university, after they've already had these talks about seaweed and everything, and there's like books hanging around the theatre, because it's a laboratory, a kitchen lab, and we can bring food items in there and have them analysed. We can set off and bring them back and be told what is in there, and if it will cause diabetes and if it won't cause diabetes. You know, I study nutrition and food management.
Yeah.
So we have access to these like food laboratories and people coming over and giving talks. And the talk was already done on seaweed. And I spoke to my lecturer. Well, it's the course, the person that organised the course. And I spoke to him and he was saying, oh yeah, we've already done a whole study on the seaweeds. And even he says, and he doesn't even consume, even he says, it's necessary that some seaweeds are cooked. Even in Ireland, you've got chefs on waiting for the fishermen to bring in the seaweed, and what they're waiting, especially the kelp, they're there with these hot pans, boiling water, seasoned water that is coming straight from the sea and going into these hot waters. In like a pan, they're cooking it and eating it, consuming it.
Yeah, to like sterilize it or whatever.
Yes, and because it breaks it down as well, it's heat, because the actual heat will literally, it's that carrageenan as well, especially in the sea moss. It breaks that carrageenan down so the body can pick it up. Your body needs to absorb these certain things, and because the carrageenan is there with the rest of the nutrients, that's why it's not a carcinogen. Only when it's extracted and put into all these plant milks and almond milks and hemp milks, and you know, if they're not using that, they're using that xanthium gum, is it? All these gums that they're
stabilizers and emulsifiers.
Yeah, they're literally gluing food together. They're gluing food together, literally gluing it. Gluten, that's the glue that holds food together. You know, so with the actual the moss as replacing as all of that. I mean, I do it. I make my own hemp milk.
Do you add the sea moss into the hemp milk?
Blend up my hemp seeds or just hemp heart. Yeah, and that's the same thing that you get in the shop, but 1,000 times better. You know what I mean? Hemp milk is sea moss and some Himalayan rock salt. Good for grandma, mother, dad, everybody, the whole household. It will benefit. And plus, again, from the hemp, you get in your omega-3, the perfect ratio of omega that the body, the brain needs.
Yeah.
So with the hemp and the sea moss, it's a perfect combination. Perfect. And now a sprinkle of the salt for the sodium. It tops up because the sodium in the actual sea moss as well. Sodium in the sea moss. You've got even, silver. Have you used silver?
Me? No.
Yeah, that's in the sea moss.
Like, I've never used silver on its own. I know there's silver in the Seamoss. There's something like 60 different nutrients in there.
Yes. And what I do, I usually pick specific ones out of there that I boost up with an extra supplement on top of that. Especially the D3 and the K2. Especially the K2. You can't take K2 without the vitamin D because it don't work.
No. Actually, I'm going to share a link because someone in the that's listening to us on the live stream, they just asked that question. Like, some people are saying Seamoss doesn't have 92 minerals as suggested. Is this true? And one of the things I found, I'll go to the this website. There, if you want to go, it's called the EBC. Well, actually, let me pull it up first, and I'll tell you the link to it. But I remember it's science.
Seamoss doesn't have 92 minerals or something.
Huh?
What was they saying?
So if you Google what elements are present in the human body, there's an article that talks about what elements are present in the human body, and they say there's actually 60 different elements, including oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, sodium chloride, magnesium, and 49 other elements in trace quantities. That's what is found in the body, and that this 92 102 mineral idea is not. It's just more of a marketing thing.
Right. Got you.
Mm-hmm.
I see. And even because the purple Jamaican, they were saying that doesn't have it has less of what people think it's got in there. And also they say it's not to be consumed all the time because it can cause problems for the gut.
I could see how the purple would have some issues with the gut. Definitely.
Yeah, it's more, and this is the reason why I blend it with sorrel.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently sorrel is to be used over Christmas, and that plant only comes out around Christmas time.
Yes.
When I started studying that plant and realized they were saying that if you take too much of it, there can be problems with the kidneys. And I thought, well, this is probably why Mother Nature only brought it out once a year.
Yeah, because you don't want you having it all the time.
Need to be cleansing, and bringing in the new year. She brings this hibiscus, which is just a so beautiful plant, and that's there in December, coming into January. So it makes sense that you shouldn't you never had the opportunity to consume much of it after the season. It's impossible to consume it unless you've frozen it. But I heard it gives problems with the kidney if you use too much of it. And guess what? Now you can get that plant all through the year in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yes, it's cultivated, so you can just get it all through the year. Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I wonder what they did. I guess they just decided to plant it more often.
Yes, for real. Actually, I'm reading that thing. Is it chemical elements of the human body?
Sorry?
Is it called chemical elements of the human body?
No, it's what elements are present in the human body.
Okay.
And it's on a website called Science ABC.
Science ABC. Okay, cool.
Excuse me. And it says
in the human body.
Of the 118 known elements, 94 occur naturally, and the body comprises 60 of these naturally occurring elements. And then it goes on to a source, which is
elements that make up the human body.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Of trace elements, the combined mass of trace elements does not add up to the mass of magnesium.
Mm-hmm. There's another one that's like talks about the building blocks of life, and it says there are 92 elements that occur naturally on Earth. For living things, only 11 of these elements are found in larger trace quantities. Any amount 0.01% is less than a trace element.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really that's really one to take in.
Yeah, and it talks about shows more of these elements are more important, and the top ones are oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, chlorine, magnesium, and sulfur.
And we get all of that from the moss.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it even has a chart that shows all the elements that are found in the human body.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm on a different one, but it's giving the same information, and then it lists all like the sodium and the chloride and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And even yesterday, I think I was speaking to somebody, and like the food they was kind of eating, and just mentioned like with this. You remember when we was on here, and that lady says, "Oh, be careful! Don't mention about. You must keep them out there because."
What? Say that again.
Like, the lady says because of like the Jamaicans, they don't like to talk about the moss, and she said be careful when you say something about the sea moss because they just don't accept it.
Yeah, that's somewhat true though, right?
Yeah, and it's not even just with that. There was an issue that I had with the salt, and they think that you should be consuming this white table salt and the salt that is all in Popeyes and KFCs and all of this, and it's okay. Mm-hmm. And I said one thing, and it's like, well, we grew up on this, and in my mind, I was thinking, no, you didn't. Popeye wasn't there when you was born.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you get me, and that's why I know the fusion is there, and it's like they will literally say something that you have no, logical way of putting it over, or any way to show that the information that you're feeding somebody else is a fact.
Yes.
It's just something that's in their own brain that, they just want to state and put out there, and that is what it is. And it's like, no. And the way to deal with it is like, because what I do is just like agree.
Yeah.
Just agree with the foolishness.
Well, what can you do? You know what I mean? Some of these guys, they don't want to listen.
That's right. Because
they don't even want to just open their eyes and consider the possibility that someone else could be right.
Yeah. And it's not even that. It's just that because it's a fact. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, it's not even, because I think if I wasn't using the Seamoss, I was probably there and argue the fact till I'm blue in the face. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what I've realised is being on the Seamoss and using the Seamoss, it's like, you find it easy just to walk away.
Yeah.
You find it easy to walk away because you just don't want to deal with.
It's not worth the argument.
Yeah, lower vibration.
That's so true.
Because you're naturally vibrating on a moss high. You're on a moss high. You just know that you're vibrating just like turmeric and clove, because those foods are on a high vibration.
It's so true.
Yeah, so you must vibrate very high.
I find taking the Seamoss, I vibrate faster, higher. But you know what? I do want to keep talking, but at the same time, dude, I'm so tired. I've had such a long day.
It's coming up to 2:00, isn't it?
Yeah, and I have to get up at like 6 in the morning. I gotta go meet some clients. Not at 6 in the morning, but I gotta get ready for work.
You got to do your thing. I understand.
Yeah, I
Yes.
got to do some real estate work in the morning because I work also as a real estate agent.
Got you.
Yeah.
Is that busy like through these times?
Oh yeah, like Toronto market is like extremely like hot. It's so crazy. A monkey could sell houses in this market.
Wow.
Which makes
That's
my
how it
job
is now.
amazing because it's like not to say that I'm a monkey, but like I do really
So
well.
I don't know what you're saying, the expression that you use it, because it just hits the nail on the head as the way that you put it there, because of like in these times that's how it is, and you expression for it must be really happening then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good.
Excellent. All right then. So have you actually been in that industry for a while?
What, real estate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing that for about 8 years now. Plus, I'm
right.
a real. Yeah, I've been a full-time licensed realtor for 8 years, and then I'm also like a real estate investor. So I buy properties and turn them into rentals and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant! Excellent. So, do you know on those rentals and everything? Do you actually incorporate the Seamoss?
No, not
that
so
area
much.
into that field.
But I was thinking about maybe like adding it to like because some of these we do on Airbnb, and so when the guest comes in, they get like a welcome package, and so maybe I should throw in some Seamoss as like, hey, try that out. Definitely would calm the guests down. Maybe give them more energy so they can keep the place cleaner.
That's right. Put some Seamoss drinks in the fridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Teas and all stuff like that,
Yeah.
Even like their shower gels, put Seamoss in the bottles and all of that.
All the soaps, everything would be all Seamoss related.
That's right. And they just end up vibrating naturally. They don't even know that it's from the products they're using. It's just like how we would just normally use toxic products on our skin. We don't know that we're putting toxics in until we benefit from the toxins later, when we've got all these frigging what's going on with the body from soaps and cosmetics.
No, I'd like to actually do something like that in St. Lucia, where like I've been watching a lot of these YouTube videos. They got Ross Kitchen, and there's another one, Freelance Chucky.
Jamaica.
But yeah.
Oh yes.
And so to find these sort of like in the jungle kind of places where you could go out and just relax and enjoy the nature, and then like have all the products there be sort of like local indigenous products, where it's like the soap's made from some person there. They have hot chocolate there to serve, where it's made from this other person in the village, and all that kind of stuff, so that they can sample and see what it's like.
That's right. I do all the chocolates as well. I love the hot chocolate, but I use cacao.
Well, that's what we make this thing called Coco Sticks.
Okay.
And the Coco Sticks is raw cacao that they've rolled and like sort of roasted from the cocoa beans, and then they've rolled them into these sticks. They're like big thick cigars, and so they grind that into a hot water with if you're vegan, you put like coconut milk, but they also use like condensed milk and stuff, and some cinnamon and nutmeg and shit like that. Yeah.
You can actually get a condensed coconut milk.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried it?
No, but I've seen it.
It's amazing.
It's good.
Heaven sent, honestly. And all it is condensed milk and cane sugar.
Oh.
I mean, coconut cane sugar.
And cane sugar reduced.
And those nasties that go into all of it. But I'm just over the moon with it. It's just a product that, I've been trying to make it myself, and then somebody comes out with it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yes, I mean, okay, so when could you supposed to do something on Wednesday?
Huh?
Was you supposed to do something on Wednesday?
Well, today is Wednesday. It's Thursday morning. So I did.
I was thinking.
Huh?
Yes, probably the actual the timing and everything. Because I thought I'd missed it.
No, you've been on it. It's been pretty much you and me talking the whole time. There's been people watching on the live stream. Huh?
Oh yes.
Yeah, so there's been people watching on the live stream, but no one's really jumped in and sort of came in on as a guest. So it was more me just listening to you talk. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and probably that's what they do as well, because that's how what was it was like with me before.
Yeah,
I would be just listening in
yeah, and
and listening.
that's what I like about this show. Like, I don't want it to be about like me standing here dictating this and that. It's like if someone wants to come up there and you know what I mean, speak their mind,
That's
and
it.
this is what the platform's for. It's not. It's for all of us. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you've enabled that, because, as we said before. So next Wednesday, will you be doing the same? Will you be
Yeah, I'll be doing it Sunday too.
Okay, then, because then I'll probably actually because basically I'm gonna because the opportunities that I've had, right? There's a lot of opportunities that I've come up with just since I've been here, and all about having a place to do this event.
Yeah.
And the place that I'm at now, I'm at a villa, and the owner, she said I can do it here.
That'd be nice to do some kind of, like you said, like a Seamoss festival.
Yeah, and here it'll be ideal, honestly. It'd be ideal, but we just gotta get insurance and all of that type of thing sorted before we even think of, doing that. So there's possibilities that could happen, like early with it, but it's about picking the right time, basically, when the tide's high.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta go for it too. You know, you'll never go get the right time.
But you didn't just want to leave it, because everything is opening up as I go day by day here. It's just amazing. I'm just really glad that I came here in the time that I did. The people that I'm meeting, because there's a lot of things that are going on the island that needs to be changed, and all it is somebody just to make that change.
Yeah, to be daring.
People, yes, it's like they're afraid to step over the line. It's like they're afraid to step over the line and just start something different, where everybody would just be like following everybody, whatever, but what's already set. And then just speaking with people like I did yesterday, it's just amazing. That's why I'm just thinking, as you say, just go for it, just do it. But yeah, I'd love to speak more. And do you ever speak with that plant-based Jeff? Has he ever been on here?
No, maybe I've talked to him like in DMs, but no, I haven't spoken to him on the live stream. He's more on Instagram that I could see.
Ah, got you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll probably just work on like a list of the ones.
Yeah, I would reach out to him. I think you want to reach out to all these kind of players that are sort of out there, because not only is it a good event for everybody to share information, but it's going to be great for content, and it's going to do a lot to separate you from someone who's serious about Seamoss, or someone that's just pretending to be serious about Seamoss.
Goals were. Because that's what it is. I'm that type of person that thinks out of the boxes. When everybody's doing one thing, that automatically pushes me to do the opposite.
Yeah, go in the right direction.
And just to come up with a creation that literally, because as I said, I'm a chef, so we have our signature dishes. And the same like with this, it's just going to be like my own signature over it, where it's incorporating something new that I'm actually dealing with and approaching it that way, like a signature dish. It's just doing my own thing different.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just having that impact that it will literally have in a field, what needs to be exposed to the people that are in there. Because all of us that are in there, we're not exposed to it. What everybody's doing, we're just hearing that we're doing this, doing that, and that's happening there, and that's happening here. It literally say, for instance, the BMW car dealership, they're in Germany, here, they're there, but none of them are speaking about what they're all making.
No.
Yeah, and for them to really innovate something and get something out there and recognize, they all need to come together and share their ideas.
Yeah, I think that's something that I think it's something I've been trying to think in my head. Like, how do you get the people together to share ideas. Who do
Yeah.
you get together? How do
Yeah.
you invite
Yeah.
them? How do you be more
Yeah.
inclusive? How do you make
Yeah.
sure you don't include anybody out? What if
Yeah.
these people don't
Yeah.
trust each other? You know what I mean?
I could give you an idea about. I probably won't do it on here. It's going out live.
Mm.
But I could give you an idea, and you could probably execute it yourself, because it was what I was going to do. But I came and thought, because I got the land, and I thought that do the event, that enabled me to do what I was going to do with the idea that I was going to do before. But that one that was going to do before would have operated in the same way, but the people wouldn't come together physically. Yeah, it's more of an individual basis, where each and every person, whether it's a vendor, buyer, gel maker, whatever, will still be doing their thing, but they're not in touch with everybody physically. But it works. It will literally work to the point where you'd be like, wow, because I even looked into it. I got the plan, the person to actually do what I needed to do, but it just got to the point that I wasn't interacting with it. Probably it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Because everything works out like that anyway. If it was supposed to happen, it would happen. You know, and when you feel that it's supposed to happen, you keep pushing it. That's when you get into trouble.
Yeah, you gotta let sometimes God just handle things, and when the right time is right, that's when it will happen.
Yes, yes. But yeah, I'll if there's any way, like on your DM or something, I'll DM you.
Yeah.
You know what this is, because I think like somebody like yourself would probably execute that better than myself.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll put it over to you, and then you just see what you think of it, because even that it's not been done as yet, and it was something that if I did launch it, it's like everybody that is doing in the Seamoss industry that is playing their own part, they would recognise what has just been launched, because they would be part of it.
Yeah, they would.
Well, not that they would be part of it, they would want to be part of it.
True.
Because it will literally help everybody. Again, it's not just something that is just one-sided. And it's like the more the people are in, the more the people benefit.
Yeah.
You see, and it works both sides. But yeah, I'll definitely put it over to you. You just see how it fits in your, in your field, and if it could literally work on what you're actually doing, because I think it would, because it was involving everybody anyway.
Yeah.
Everybody would be in there or on there, and people will be able to see who they are, what they're doing, what they're about, what they've got on offer, like their history. Just like you buy a car, an old car, you got the history of the car. Because remember, when we're buying Seamoss from people, we don't actually know their history. Is this person a chef, or is this person a basketball player, or is this person a nurse, or is this person a, an ice cream seller, or
have they had any issues before? What's their track record?
Yeah, we don't know nothing. And when you think about it, all of that affects the Seamoss because of the vibration. And it's kind of like, and I know with like the women, their vibration is very high. And those women that do the work lines that they're in, like nurses and all that, when they get into making Seamoss, it's a serious thing, because they're into healing anyway. They didn't just do nursing just as a job.
Yes.
They probably don't get paid what they want to get paid from nursing, because it's something they're doing, something that they want to do. They're nursing even without being paid, because they're looking after their husbands, they're looking after their children, they're looking after, they're always got empathy and caring. So when the women are making the Seamoss now, especially like the women that are in care, fields of care and all of that, when they hand over that Seamoss, that's like handing over like a pot of like health, a big pot of health, and it's got all the energy from that woman in there. She's made it with all the love. She's put love into it, and that alone just really heals people.
True.
You know, when you get Seamoss from some of these guys that are just bit like this, bit like that, and whatever, that comes through the Seamoss as well. It's their energy. It's just like you cook food for somebody,
The
you
love,
pass in
yeah,
through the food. Yeah,
the love passes through.
right. And that's why I'm a bit particular about, you know, my own, you know, how I make my own Seamoss gel. There's a way, so it's beneficial in my mind, not just in my cells, but in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as a holistic approach. Everything. It's to do with everything. It's the whole thing, not just throw the gel together, pour that blah, and there you go. There's pretty much.
I agree. So are you're gonna join me on Sunday? Because I really want to get going, dude.
Yeah, definitely, my brother. I'll check you on Sunday.
Yeah,
And,
Sunday around 9:30ish.
All right then, brilliant. That would be like, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for joining me and sharing all your your insights and your views and your opinions. Like I always like listening to people like this because it gives me a different
Yes,
perspective of what other people are thinking and doing. You know what I mean?
that's right. That's right. And it's not, because the way I used to think as well. It's not like you listening to the people and like you're taking ideas. It's just about sharing, because by the time you've even spoken about what you're doing, you've probably executed and moved on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's there for others to work off.
Yeah.
Because when we think about everything that we're doing, it's already been done.
Everything's been done.
Yeah, that's it. Every single thing, not just this what we're doing, but everything. It's already been done. Everything's just been created on a new platform in a different way, and probably been done better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why couldn't there be like a Whole Foods market with Seamoss? Why couldn't there be like a shop like McDonald's for Seamoss?
Yeah, there might be.
There can be.
Yeah.
All the culinary arts, the foods and everything is made at Seamoss. You can have it even on that fast food level, where the fast food is healthy food, but it's just getting it faster.
Yeah, they should be like that.
Yeah, but it could be. We could do it. It's possible that can literally be created.
Yeah, we should talk about it Sunday, because you know what? If I get it going, you're gonna get back into another deep conversation. I need to be firm, and I need to get some sleep.
Yes, all right, then, my brother, and you have a good rest, and we'll catch up soon.
All right, thank you so much, Coco, and I'll look forward to seeing you again on Sunday.
All right then.
All right, take care. Thank you for everybody that stayed and watched and listened to us talk for the whole time. I am definitely going to get some shut eye because I got to get up early in the morning. So, I can't wait to continue this again on Sunday at around 9:30, like same time, same bat channel. All right, take care.
Ciao.
Ciao.